masuk Yoga Sutra. Yoga Sutra, Book 2, Sutra 34. Vitakang himsadayah krotakang aritang numoditang lophakrothamudang moha lophakrothamohapul lophakrothamohapul vakang murudumatya timatrang tuhakang jinyana nananda palang iti pratipakoshapavanam. Once more. Vitakang himsadayah krotakang aritang Vitakang himsadayah krotakang aritang numoditang lophakrothamohapul vakang murudumatya timatrang tuhakang jinyana nananda palang iti pratipakoshapavanam. Okay. Tatra himsang tang bat krotang kang aritang numoditati tritang. Let's see what he did here. Krotang aritam. I'm gonna read that again, and I'll use a different text. Vitakang himsadayah krotakang Vitakang himsadayah krotakang aritang numoditang lophakrothamoha Vitakang himsadayah krotak Vitakang himsadayah krotakang aritang numoditang Vitakang himsadayah krotakang aritang numoditang lophakrothamohapul vakang murudumatya timatrang tuhakang jinyana nananda palang iti pratipakoshapavanam. Once more. Vitakang himsadayah krotakang aritang numoditang lophakrothamohapul vakang murudumatya timatrang tuhakang jinyana nananda palang iti pratipakoshapavanam. Okay. It's good enough. Tatra himsang tang bat krotang kang aritang numoditati tritang. Now, the second version. Krotakang aritang. Yeah, second version. Tatra himsang tang bat krotakang aritang numoditati tritang. Alright, so I'm gonna do the original. Tatra himsang tang bat krotang kang aritang numoditati tritang. Ekang punasutritang lopena mam sa jalmal tena tena grotena pa grota manenati mohena talmo me pavishyoti iti. 에까이깡 보나스트리탕 노페나 마음 사짤 말테나 그로테나 빠그르다 마네네띠 못해 그로테나 빠그르다 마네네띠 에까이깡 보나스트리탕 노페나 에까이깡 보나스트리탕 노페나 마음 사짤 말테나 짬 짤말 에까이깡 보나스트리탕 노페나 마음 사짤 말테나 그로테나 빠그르다 마네네띠 모헤나 탈모 맴 바비시어띠띠. That was good. Once more. 에까이깡 보나스트리탕 노페나 마음 사짤 말테나 그로테나 빠그르다 마네 에까이깡 보나스트리탕 노페나 마음 사짤 말테나 그로테나 빠그르다 마네네띠 모헤나 탈모 매 바비시어띠띠. 노파그로타 모항 보나스트리비탕 무르드마티아 티마드랑 이띠. Okay, I'm gonna double check this fuzziness. Yeah, okay. So he combine, the other guy combine iti evam. Here we go. Evam sabda vimshati pedam. Evam sabdam. Evam sabda vimshati pedam pavananti himsayah. Okay, second version. Lopakrota moha bonasatri bitang 무르두마티아 디마드랑 이띠에밤 사부다빔 샤틸 패당 파바는띠 힘상양. Third version. 노파코로타 모하 보나스트리 비탕 무르두마티아 디마드랑 이띠에밤 사부다빔 샤틸 패당 파바는띠 힘상양. Moving on. 무르두마티아 디마드랑 보나스트리 탕 무르두마티아 디마드랑 보나스트리 탕 무르두마티아 스티브라 무르도리띠 무르두마티아 스티브라 무르도리띠. Once more. 무르두마티아 디마드랑 보나스트리 탕 무르두마티아 디마드랑 보나스트리 탕 무르두마티아 스티브라 무르도리띠. Once more. 무르두마티아 디마드랑 보나스트리 탕 무르두마티아 무르두마티아 디마드랑 보나스트리 탕 무르두마티아 디마드랑 보나스트리 탕 무르두마티아 디마드랑 보나스트리 탕 무르두마티아 스티브라 무르도리띠. 따탕 마티아 스티브라 마티아 이띠. 따탕 무르두띠브로 마티아 띠브로 디마드라 띠브라. Backing up two sentences. 무르두마티아 디마드랑 보나스트리 탕 무르두마티아 스티브라 무르도리띠. Murudu murudu matia murudu sati bara murudu riti. I want to see what the other guy is. Yeah, one sentence. Okay, once more. Murudu matia tima tranga punasatri tanga. Murudu matia murudu sati bara murudu riti. Tatang murudu matia Tatang murudu matia sati bara matia iti. Tatang murudu ti bro matia ti bro tima terati bra iti. Tatang murudu ti bro matia ti bro tima. Tatang murudu ti bro matia ti bro tima tera. Tatang murudu ti bro Tatang murudu ti bro matia ti bro tima terati bra iti. Eva mekang shita pedang shiti. Eva mekang shiti pedang himsang pavati. Eva mekang shiti pedang himsang pavati. 사 보날 니야마 비카르파 사무쩌자야 페다다 삼케양 바나 프르드 페. Okay, so there's a comma there. He also uses a comma, so it's probably one sentence. 사 보날니야마 비카르파 사무쩌자야 페다다 삼케양 상 보날니야마 비카르 상 보날니야마 비카르파 사무쩌자야 페당 상 보날니야마 비카르파 사무쩌자야 페다야 다 상 보날니야마 비카르파 사무쩌자야 페 사야 자야 상 보날니야마 비카르파 사무쩌자야 상 보날니야마 비카르파 사무쩌자얌 짜얌 무시 상 보날니야마 비카르파 사무쩌자야 페다다 삼케양 브라나 프르드 페다시양 바리 삼케야 뜨방디티 브라나 프르드 페다시양 브라나 프르드 페다시양 바리 삼케야 뜨방디티. Once more from the arrow. Very hard today. Namaste. From the arrow again. 상 보날니야마 비카르파 사무쩌자야 짜얌 상 보날니야마 비카르파 사무쩌자야 페다다 삼케야 브라나 프르드 페다시야 바리 삼케야 뜨방디티. 에바마느르땅 디시바비 요지야면 네 카르바미 베탈강 도어캉 지냐나 나는 따팔랑 이티 브라티파크셔 파바나면 도어카마 지냐남 자 나는 땀 팔람 예셔미티 브라티파크셔 파바나면 따탕 자 햄사가스땅 바트 프라타맘 마티아시아 미리아마 그시파티 따탕 자 햄사가스땅 바트 프라타맘 따탕 자 햄사가스땅 바트 프라타맘 마티아시아 미리아마 그시파티 Okay, from the arrow again. Tatang ja himsakasata batu pratamam mathyasya viryama kushipati. That was okay. Once more. Tata ja himsakasata bata pratamam bhatyasya viryama kushipati ma kushui shui. I want to say shui. Tatang ja himsakasata bata pratamam bhatyasya viryama kushipati. Tatang ja himsakasata bata prat. Tatang ja himsakasata bata pratamam bhatyasya viryama kushipati. Okay. Tatashacham shasatra dinipandanam tapatena duakayati. Tatashacham shasatra dinipandana duakayati. Tatashacham shasatra dinipandana duakayati. Tatom jivitadapi muchayati. Tatom jivitadapi muchayati. Tatom jivitadapi muchayati. I keep shaking. My voice keeps shaking. Tatom jivitadapi muchayati. Tato virya kushwapandasya jatana mupakaranam kushvina viryam bhavati. I want to say this again. Tatom jivitadapi muchayati. Tatom virya kushwapandasya jatana punakaranam kushvina viryam bhavati. Tatom virya kushwapandasya jatana mupakaranam. Tatom virya kushwapandasya jatana mupakaranam kushvina viryam bhavati. Tatom virya kushwapandasya jatana mupakaranam kushvina viryam bhavati. Okay, moving on. I'm trying to make it perfect, which it's not fair to me. I cannot do anything perfect right now. Duhakot pangadana narakatiriyak pratadishu duhakamanu bhavati. Now there's a comma. I hope it's a different sentence. Nope, it's a long sentence. Okay. Duhakamanu bhavati jivita vyaparopana nurta pratipakushanam cha jivita tyaya baltamano marana mecha chananapi duhakabipakasya nyatavipakayave. And there's another version, which tatave. So instead of tabi, it's tave. Niyatavit pakaveda niyatavata katam jidebocha chivasiti. Yeah, it's gonna be very hard. So I'm gonna memorize this. Duhako. So I don't have to flip the page. Duhako. There we go. Duhakote pangadana narakatiri akapratadish. Duhakote pangadana narakati. Duhakote pangadana narakatiri akapratadishu. Duhakote pangadana narakatiri akapratan. Duhakote pangadana narakatiri akapratadishu. Duhakamanu bhavati jivita vyaparopana te pratikushanam. Jivita vyaparopana te pratikushanam. From the beginning. Duhakote pandana narakatiriaka pratadishu. Duhakamanu bhavati jivita vyaparopana te pratikushanam chang jivita tyaya baltamano marana mecha chananapi duhakabipakasya nyatavipakaveda niyatavada katamchida bocha chivasiti. Barely passed. Once again. And there's a second version to that. So that's the longest sentence. Mic check. Okay, cool. From the page before. Dua kote pangdana narakatiriak bratan. Concentrate. Dua kote pangdana narakatiriak bratan dishu. Dua kamanu pavati. Jivita vyaparopano te pratikushanam cham. Jivita diaye baltamano marano bicha chananapi. Dua kabipang kasya. Nyata vipang. Gave. The second version is Gave. Yeah. Dave. Okay, once again. Dua kote pandana narakatiriaka pratandishu. Dua kamanu pavati. Jivita vyaparopana te pratikushanam chan. Jivita diaya baltamano marana micha chananapi. Dua kapipang kasya. Niyata vipang kabedani yatavan te katam chida bocha chavasiti. I'm gonna skip to the second version first and then come back to the original. Dua kote pandana narakatiriaka pratandishu. Dua kamanu pavati. Jivita vyapan. Dua kote pandana narakatiriaka pratandishu. Dua kamanu pavati. Jivita vyaparopana te pratikushanam chan. Jivita diaye baltamano marana micha chananapi. Dua kavipang kasya. Nyata vepang. It's probably V. I don't think the alternative is correct. I'm gonna do it anyway. Once again, second version. Nyata vepang. Okay. Nyata vedang. I mean, I could see it being something else. It's Nyata vedang, maybe. Nyata. Where is it? Nyata vipang. Yeah. Okay. Second version. Tua kote pandana narakatiriaka praptang. Tua kote pandana naraka. Tua kote pandana narakatiriaka praptang jishu. Tua kamanu pavati. Jivita vyaparopana te pratikushanam cham. Jivita diaye baltamano marana micha chananapi. Tua kavipang kasya. Nyata vepang kabedani yatavan te katam chida vedu chida bocha chavasiti. Almost. Once again. Tua kote pandana narakatiriaka pratang. Tua kote pandana narakatiriaka pratang dishu. Tua kamanu pavati. Jivita vyaparopana te pratikashanam chan. Jivita diaya baltamano marana bicha chananapi. Tua kavipang kasya. Nyata vipe. Tua kote pandana narakatiriaka pratang dishu. Tua kamanu pavati. Jivita vyaparopana te pratikashanam chan. Jivita diaya baltamano marana micha chananapi. Tua kavipang kasya. Nyata vepang kabedani yatavan te katamchi de bocha chavasiti. So I don't think the alternative is correct. So I'm gonna stick to the original. The sentence is too long. Tua kote pandana narakatiriaka pratandishu. Tua kamanu pavati. Jivita vyaparopana te pratikushanam cham. Jivita diaye baltamano marana micha chananapi. Tua kavipang kasya. Nyata vipang kabedani yatavan te katamchi de boja chavasiti. Bocha Chavasiti. Once again. Tuha Kote Pandana Narakatiriaka Pratandishu, Tua Kamanu Pavati, Jivita Via Paropana, the Pratikoshanam Cham, Jivita Diaya, Paltamano, Marana Michananapi, Tua Kavipa Kasya, Nyata Vipa Kabela Niyata Vata Katamchi, the Bocha Chavasiti. That was good. Now, do I want to do the second version? I'm gonna try it a couple of times, and then if I don't make it, I'll quit. Tua kote pandana narakatiriakte. Tua duha kote pandana narakatiriaka pratandishu. Tua kamanu pavati. Jivita via paropana de patikushanam cham. Jivita diaya valtamano. Maranam michachanan napi. Tua kavipa kasya. Moving on. So I think that's the wrong one anyway. Yadi Jang Gatam Chitta Punuya Bang Bagatang Himsang Paveta Tatara Sukha Pra Patang Pavedare Bang Uriti Pavedare Bang Uriti. Just need to double check that bodiness. Gatam. Yeah, okay. Yadi Jang Gatam Cheta Punuya Bang Bagatang Himsang Paveta Tatara Sukha Pra Patang Pavedare Bang Uriti. Yadi Jang Gatam Chitta Punuya Bang Bagatang Himsang Paveta Tatara Sukha Pra Patang Pavedare Bang Uriti. Pavedare Bang Uriti. Yadi Jang Gatam Chitta Punuya Bang Ba. Yadi Jang Gatam Chitta Punuya Bang Bagatang Himsang Paveta Tatara Sukha Pra Patang Pavedare Bang Uriti. Once more. Yadi Jang Gatam Chitta Punuya Bang. Yadi Jang Gatam Chitta Punuya Bang Bagatang Himsang Paveta Tatara Sukha Pra Patang Pavedare Bang Uriti. Eva Manuratang Dishevapi Yojiam Yatha Sampavama. Once more. Eva Manuratang Dishevapi Yojiam Yatha Sampavama. Evam Pitaikanganam Jamumevang Anugatam Pipakang Manishatam Pavayanana Nit Vitakeshu Manaha Paranoida Titam Paranoida Titam. Okay, last sentence. This guy ends at a different place. Yogina, okay, Prati. So it's supposed to end here. Okay, so I'm gonna end there. Here we go. Last sentence. Evam Pitaikanam Jamumevam Nugatam Pipakamani Manishatam. Evam Pitaikanam Jamumevam Nugatam Pipakamanishatam Pavayanana Vitakeshu Manaha Paranoida Titam. Evam Pitaikanam Jamumevam Nugatam Pipakamanishatam Pavayanana Vitakeshu Manaha Paranoida Titam. That was pretty good. I want to do it one more time. I'm so OCD. Evam Pitaikanam Jamumevam Nugatam Pipakam. Evam Pitaikanam Jamumevam Nugatam Pipakam. Evam evam vitaikanam jamum evam nugatam vipakamanishit. Evam vitaikanam jamum evam nugatam vipakamanishtam bhavayanan. Vipakamanishtam vipakamanishtam. Evam vitaikanam jamum evam vitaikanam jamum evam. I need to take a break. I hope I'm not. I'm probably gonna get harassed pretty soon. If not, harassing didn't start already. I'm probably gonna get harassed pretty soon, which means it'll take twice as long for me to get through. Okay. Last sentence once again. Evam vitaikanam jamum evam nugat mevain. Evam vitaikanam jamum evam nugatam vipakamanishtam bhavayanana vitaikeshu manah pranuida titam. Evam vitaikanam jamum evam mevain. All of a sudden I cannot say mevain. Evam vitaikanam jamum evam nugatam vipakaman. Evam vitaikanam jamum evam vitaikanam jamum evam nugatam evam vitaikan. Yeah. Evam. No good. No bueno. Evam vitaikanam jamum evam nugatam vipakam. I gotta get alcohol now, or else I can't talk. Cause when people harass you, you cannot talk. So you have to drink alcohol so you could talk again. Luckily for me, I have a mantra that works for this. I don't want the sessions to be like 3-4 hours, but because of the harassment, it ends up being like 3 hours and 4 hours. Because when I get harassed, it takes me 2 to 3 times longer in time for me to get through. So. Oof. Hare Kurasana, Hare Balaramam, Hare Turyosana, Hare Yuti Shutiram. Hakra Habam, Hadu Hayu, Hakra Habam, Hadu Hayu. Okay. I'm gonna let that alcohol kick in a little bit and then I could get through. Yeah, especially around negative people, you will find yourself not being able to talk. If you're around really bad people, you cannot even talk because they're so bad, So that's why you drink alcohol, so you could get through. You gotta do what you gotta do. Just because people harass you, it doesn't mean you gotta stop. It means you gotta find other ways to get through. For me, that's alcohol. Okay, here we go. I hope nobody slams the door. So, I'm expecting door slamming now and all kinds of stuff. So this session will be like 4 hours long and I'm gonna get harassed throughout the whole session once again. Happens all the time. Here we go. Evam vitaikanam jamum evam mevain. evam vitarkanam jamumevanugatam vipakamanishtam bhavayanana vitarkeshu manaha pranuidatitam. That was okay. See, alcohol helps. Evam vitarkanam jamumevanugatam vipakamanishtam. So that's where the negativity is. Vipakamanishtam, manishtam. Specifically, mani. Something wrong with the brain of somebody's. You cannot say mani. That means something's wrong with you. Evam vitaikanam jamumevanugatam vipakamanishtam bhavayanana vitarkeshu manaha pranuidatitam. That was okay. I'm gonna do it one more time. So that'll be 3 times. The problem word right now is manishit. Vipakamanishit manishitam. Mani is really hard to say around bad people. Because if bad people heard vipakamanishtam, they'll freak out. They'll go crazy. They'll get angry. So which makes me afraid to say it, because when bad people hear vipakamanishtam, they go crazy. They go they go angry, and then I get scared. So let me give you like an example. If I were surrounded by white people, if I were in a white neighborhood surrounded by white people, this session would take me 1 hour. Now, if I'm surrounded by brown people, this session will take me 3 hours. And that's exactly what the session is. Sanskrit reveals everything. But you can't really hide anything from Sanskrit. I don't know about Hindi. I don't know anything about Hindi other than Hakara Haba Haduayu and Na Shaka Na Shalom. That's the only Hindi words I know. But you cannot hide anything from Sanskrit because it's mathematical. And somebody just slammed the door. The slamming's coming. It's a battle, Here we go. Last sentence once again. Evam vitarkanam jamumevam. Evam vitarkanam jamumevanugatam vipakamanishtam bhavayanana vitarkeshu manaha pranuidatitam. Moving on. Namaste. Okay, God's telling me to do it once more. I'm almost there. Like right now, I cannot go above B grade, a B grade. This is like C plus right now. Because of the word, 2 words. Jamu mevan. The negative energy is preventing me from saying mevan. Very easy to say, but when a bad person's around, you cannot say it easily. Evam vitaikanam jamumevanugatam vipakamanishtam bhavayanana vitarkeshu manaha pranuidatitam. Namaste. Okay, that's good. Good enough. It's B minus. Good enough. Here you go. The evil actions regarding injury, etc., are done, caused to be done, and permitted to be done through avarice, anger, and ignorance. They have mild, middle, and intense degrees, and are possessed of the infinite fruits of pain and darkness. Such is the development of contrary thoughts. There, injury is thus done, caused to be done, and permitted to be done. So it is threefold. Each of them again is threefold. Through avarice means for flesh and skin. Through anger means as evil is done by this, and through ignorance means virtue will come to me. Again, avarice, anger, and ignorance, having mild, middle, and intense degrees, are threefold. Thus, this injury has 27 divisions. The mild, middle, and intense degrees are again threefold: mildly mild, mildly middle, and mildly intense. Similarly, middlingly mild, middlingly middle, and middlingly intense. Similarly, intensely mild, intensely middle, and intensely intense. Thus, injury becomes of 81 divisions. Again, this becomes innumerable according to the divisions of compulsion, option, and conjunction, on account of numberlessness of the division of living beings. Similarly, this should also be applied to falsehood, etc. I'm going to read this. This is a very important sentence, by the way. Again, this right here. There are the number of ways to kill people are infinite. That's what it says. Again, this becomes innumerable according to the divisions of compulsion, option, and conjunction, on account of numberlessness of the division of living beings. Similarly, this should also be applied to falsehood, etc. The development of contrary thoughts means that these evil courses are indeed possessed of infinite fruits of pain and darkness, that is, pain and darkness are the endless fruits of them. Such is the development of the contrary thoughts. The development of contrary thoughts means that these evil courses are indeed possessed of infinite fruits of pain and darkness, that is, pain and darkness are the endless fruits of them. Such is the development of the contrary thoughts. So also the killer at first overpowers the whole energy of the victim, then afflicts him with the blow of weapons, etc., and finally separates him even from his life. Thereby his conscious and unconscious instruments become weak due to the expenditure of his strength. Thereby his conscious and unconscious instruments become weak due to the expenditure of his strength. By causing pain, he suffers pain by birds in hell, in animals, as also in the wombs of evil spirits, etc. And by killing the living beings, he, being tired of his life every moment, somehow lives even though longing for death. Ooh. This is an important sentence for every criminal. And by killing the living beings, he, being tired of his life every moment, somehow lives even though longing for death. Because the result of the regulated fruitive of the painful fruition must be experienced. If the injury be anyhow mixed up with virtue, in that case he lives a short life for enjoying that pleasure. Thus it should be applied to falsehood, etc., also as far as possible. Thus, by thinking of the evil fruition of the wicked ideas, such is the result of such and such actions. The yogi should not engage his mind in those thoughts. These evil ideas should be abandoned by means of developing the contrary thoughts. And I'm gonna end right there because this renditioner and translator, he did not make this up. He's just copying shit, literally. So shitty. Anyway, he went a little further, this translator. So I'm gonna stop right there. And this is a second translation. You need two translations unless unless your first language is Aryan Sanskrit, not Hindi. I'm talking Sanskrit. Unless your first language is Aryan Sanskrit, you need two translations, always two. So like if you're gonna translate it into Hindi, you need Hindi and Bengali, or two different translations of Hindi, not just one. You always need to. For Yoga Sutra only, because Yoga Sutra is something you have to understand. Once you gain the knowledge, that's the end game. It's game over. Once you know, it's better than. I'm not even saying you. Once you understand, I'm not even saying that. Once you know, kind of above understanding. Once you know, it's game over. That's the end game. Is you know. That such is the nature of Yoga Sutra. Yoga Sutra is constructed so that once you know, then you're liberated, you're enlightened, you're free, whatever that means. So that's why, once again, that's why I use two translations for Yoga Sutra. Here we go. Since perverse considerations such as injuries, whether done or caused to be done, are approved, whether ensuing upon greed or anger or infatuation, whether mild or moderate or vehement, find their unending consequences in pain and in lack of thinking, there should be the cultivation of their opposites. Of these, first of all, injury, since it is done or caused to be done or approved, is threefold. Moreover, each of these is threefold, insofar as there is greed, desire. Moreover, each of these is threefold, insofar as I hate it. It's bad translation when you have to add words. Moreover, each of these is threefold, insofar as there is greed, desire for the meat or for the skin, or insofar as there is anger when I hate this sentence. Moreover, each of these is threefold, insofar as there is greed, desire for the meat or for the skin, or insofar as there is anger, as when a man thinks he has been hurt by that man, or insofar as there is infatuation, as when a man thinks, this will be merit for me, or it will be merit for me. Again, since greed and anger and infatuation are threefold, as being mild and moderate and vehement, there are thus 70 and 20 varieties of injuries. 72. Yet again, since they are gentle and moderate and extreme, there are threefold as follows: gently mild and moderately mild and keenly mild. Similarly, gently moderate and moderately moderate and keenly moderate. Likewise, gently keen and moderately keen and vehemently keen. Thus injury is of 180 varieties. It is, however, innumerable because of the varieties due to the It is, however, innumerable because of the varieties due to specifications and to options and to aggregations due to the fact that the varieties of those who breathe the breath of life are innumerable. I'm going to read it again from the arrow. It is, however, innumerable because of the varieties due to specifications and to options and to aggregations due to the fact that the varieties of those who breathe the breath of life are innumerable. In the same manner, it is to be applied to falsehood and to the others. Now, since these perverse considerations have endless consequences in pain and in lack of thinking, one should cultivate their opposites. There is a cultivation of those things, the endless consequences of which are pain and a lack of thinking. And to continue, he who commits an injury, first of all, reduces the strength of the victim, then causes him pain by falling upon him with a knife or something of the kind. Afterwards, even deprives him of life. When once he has taken away the strength, his own animate or inanimate, I can't say it. So I'm being actively harassed. I just hope that it stops. It never stops. Well, how come you're not getting beaten up? You know, if they really, really hate you, they will beat you up. I am that fucking strong. I'm physically fucking strong. Believe it or not. That's why, the only thing they could do is to harass me because I'm so fucking strong. The only thing they could do is to fucking, make me angry. Here we go. From the air. When once he has taken away the strength, his own animate or inanimate, when once he has taken away the strength, his own animate or inanimate aids begin to have their strength dwindle away. When once he has taken away the strength, his own animate or inanimate aids begin to have their strength dwindle. I'm telling you, throughout the whole thing. So this will be, 3 times longer than it should be. It is what it is. I'm just, since this is all about God, I hope that one day, I just need one day that God answers my prayers. That's all I'm asking for. When once he has taken away the strength, his own animate or inanimate aids begin to have their strength dwindle away. As a result of causing pain, he himself experiences pain in health, and in animals, and of departed spirits, and in others. As a result of uprooting him from life, he himself continues from moment to moment at the very point of departure. Yeah, so bad. As a result of uprooting him from life, he himself continues from moment to moment at the very point of departure from life. And even while wishing for death, he pants laboriously, since the fruition of pain is to be felt in a fruition which has a limit. Furthermore, even if the injury could be somehow done away by merit, even then if he obtained happiness, it would be that his length of life be short. In the same way, so far as possible, it is to be applied to lying and to the others. Thus pondering on that same thing of perverse considerations, which is Thus pondering on that same thing of perverse considerations, which is inevitable and undesired, the yogin should not devote his central organ to perverse considerations. As a result of the cultivation of the opposites, the perverse considerations become things that may be escaped. Yeah. Okay. Veda next, thank you. Book 6 and 41. I'm gonna get through somehow, it doesn't matter really. Sorry. Let me see. Yeah. What's the worst case scenario from my point of view? They'll act, one day they decide, come at me with guns, lots of guns, they'll come at me with guns drawn. You stop right now, motherfucker, or we're gonna kill you right now. That's the worst case scenario. I'm gonna just fucking laugh at that point. I'm gonna be like, life is such fucking stupid. Yeah, go ahead, shoot. I can't wait. Life is so fucking stupid. Dude, go ahead. And then, don't feel sorry when your whole fucking race dies. Because, God only needs one day to destroy everything. Or 18 days. Whichever is first. Okay. Here we go. Veda, Book 6 and 41. 5 shlokas. Ahelamana upayahi yajinyam tupyam pavananta inundavaha sutasaha. Gabo na marjerina sevamoko yajichonandrang kahi pratamo yajiniyanam. Once more. Gabo na marjerina sevamoko. Gabo na marjerina sevamoko ajacharan chanandram. Gabo na 바젤리는 세바먹고 야채 채는 드랑을 가히 브라타모 야채니 양나면 가보나 바젤리는 세바먹고 야채 채는 드랑을 가히 브라타모 야채니 양나면 양을 때 가꾸드수 양을 때 가꾸드수 그릇당 양을 바리실트 야양을 샤시바트 비바시 마트바 울미마 양을 때 가꾸드수 그릇당 양을 바리실트 야양을 Chashivata pivasi matava ulmim. Chashivata piva. Yang de ga bo na bajerinan ga bo na bajyan. Your enemies don't want you to say the first word. That's your enemy. Your friends don't give a shit. Your enemies don't even want you to say the first word. That's your enemy. Whoever doesn't want you to say the first word, that's your fucking enemy. 가보 나 바젤리는 씹어먹고 가보 나 바젤리는 씹어먹고 아주 채는 드라임 가히 가보 나 바젤리는 씹어먹고 아주 채는 드라임 가히 프라타모 야지니야나무 양때 가고트 수그르땅 양 바리슈프 야양 샤시바트 비바시 마트바 울미무 다양의 바히 프라테 아트바리우스 라스타트 삼 양의 때 가고트 수그르땅 양 바리슈프 야양 샤시바트 비바시 마트바 울미무 다양의 바히 프라테 아트바리우 라스타트 삼때 바주로 발타땅 미는드라 가비우허 다양의 바히 프라테 아트바리우 라스타트 삼때 바주로 발타땅 미는드라 가비우허 에셔 드라푸소 브르셔포 비시바루빵 에셔 드라푸소 브르셔포 에셔 드라푸소 브르셔포 비시바루빵 이는드라야 브르셔노에 사마깡아리 소마허 에땀 비바 하리바허 스타다루그라 아시에 시슈에 브라디비 야스테 아는 나무 수타허 소모 아수땅 수타허 소모 아수땅 디는드라 아시아나얌 수타허 I'm gonna back up one sentence. 에땀 비바 하리바허 스타다루그라 아시에 시슈에 브라디비 야스테 아는 나무 수타허 소모 아수땅 디는드라 수타허 소모 아수땅 디는드라 바시아나얌 쉐레양 지기슈 두쇼에 쉐레양 지기투 쇼에 쉐레양 지기투 쇼에 쉐레양 지기투 쇼에 라노얌 Once again 수타허 소모 아수땅 디는드라 바시아나얌 쉐레양 진지기 쉐레양 지기슈 두쇼에 수타허 소모 아수땅 디는 수타허 소모 아수땅 디는드라 바시아나얌 쉐레양 지기슈 두쇼에 라노얌 Yeah, if I were surrounded by white people, I should have been done by now, the whole thing. But since I'm surrounded by brown people, it's gonna take 3 times longer. It is what it is. This is Aryan Sanskrit. Aryan Sanskrit. Why is that? Because brown people hate it. They can't stand it. Brown people fucking hate this. It's true. You know, if you're an exception, you're an exception. You're not if you're brown and love what I'm doing, You are an exception. Brown people hate this. They hate it. If you're not white, you hate this shit. If you're not white, you hate this shit. If you're not white, you hate this shit. This is Aryan Sanskrit. Aryan Sanskrit. Aryan Sanskrit. Aryan Sanskrit. So, if you're brown, they hate it. That's why if I'm surrounded by white people, I should have been finished with the whole thing by now if I were living in a white neighborhood. But since I'm living in a brown neighborhood, it takes me 3 times longer. Because brown people, they hate this shit. And if you are brown and you love it, you're an exception. You're not general. You're not your people. Because brown people hate this shit. Brown people, they hate this shit. They hate it. They fucking hate this shit. They hate it more than anything else. They fucking hate, brown people hate this shit. Yeah. So it takes me, it should have taken me just 1 hour if I were in a white neighborhood. But since I'm in a brown neighborhood, living in a brown household, it'll take me 4 hours. Why? Because brown people hate this shit. They hate this shit. They hate Aryan Sanskrit. Brown people hate Aryan Sanskrit. They hate it. They fucking hate it. I've seen it all now. So don't come at me when your whole people, your whole brown race dies. Don't come at me because I've seen it all. I've seen everything. If I were in a white neighborhood, I should have been done with everything by now. But since I'm in a brown neighborhood, brown household, it'll take me 4 hours. It makes me angry. They're so stupid. They're so fucking stupid. They're so fucking stupid. Here we go. From the arrow. Sutta somo asutta dinandra vasyanayam sharayan chikishu shwem. Sutta somo asutta dinandra vasyanayam sharayan chikitu shwe ranoyam. Sutta somo asutta dinandra vasyanayam sharayan chikitu. Sutta somo asutta dinandra vasyanayam shreyan chikitu shwem. Sutta somo asutta dinandra vasyanayam shreyan chikitu shwe ranoyam. Etam titilvan upan yang hi yajinyam tena vishiva sata vishwiran buronasvam. Etam titilvan upan yang hi yajinyam tena vishiva sata vishwiran buronasvam. Huvayamasi tuvanandra yang hi vanganram te ram boram banguram te somasatanam be pavananti. Okay, once more. Havayamasi tivanandara yahyai vangangram. Havayamasi tivanandara Havayamasi tivanandara yahyai vangangram te somasatanam be pavati. Havayamasi tivanandara yahyai vanganram te somasatanam be pavati. Hvayamasi Devanandra Yahyaya Deva Hvayamasi Devanandra Yahyaya Vanganam De Somasatanam Ve Pavati Hvayamasi Devanandra Yahyaya Vanganam Hvayamasi Devanandra Yahyaya Vanganam Hvayamasi Devanandra Yahyaya Vanganam De Somasatanam Ve Pavati. I wish telling it takes 4 times longer in a brown household. Brown people hate this shit. Brown people hate this shit. For children. Hvayamasi Devanandra Yahyaya Vanganam Te Somasatanam Ve Pavati. Hvayamasi Devanandra Yahyaya Vanganam Te Somasatanam Ve Pavati. Shatakrato Madayasavaya Suteshwa Parasamama Ava Pratama Pratana Supra Pikushwa. Okay, last sentence. Anticlimactic. That's what you get for being harassed. Shatakrato Madayasavaya Suteshwa Parasamama Ava Pratana Supra Pikushwa. Shatakrato Madayasavaya Shatakrato Jesus Christ. Shatakrato Madayasavaya. Somebody's standing right outside. Someone's standing right fucking outside. Stupid people. Stupid fucking people. Stupid fucking. Watch, somebody's gonna slam the door. Stupid people. I hate stupid. I hate stupid. I hate IQ 65. IQ 65. IQ 60 fucking 5. IQ 60 fucking 5. IQ 65. What happens if you clash IQ 66 with IQ 666? You get this shit. You get me drinking and everything just to get through. Yeah, smart people have to drink in order to deal with stupid people. Smart people have to drink in order to deal with stupid people. That's just the truth. In order to deal with stupid people, smart people have to drink. Oof. Shatakrato, here we go. Namaste. Shatakrato Madayasavaya Suteshu Prasamam Ava Pratanasu Pra Pikushwa. Namaste. Okay. Come gracious to our sacrifice, O Inandra. Pressed soma drops are purified to please thee. As cattle seek their home, so, thunder wielder, come, Inandra. First of those who, as cattle seek their home, so, thunder wielder, come, Inandra. First of those who claim our worship. With that well-formed, most wide-extending palate, where wilt thou ever drinkest streams of sweetness? Drink thou. The Atavaryo standeth up before thee. Let thy spoil-winning thunderbolt attend thee. Drink thou. The Atavaryo standeth up before thee. Let thy spoil-winning thunderbolt attend thee. This drop steer strong and omniform. The Soma hath been made ready for the bull for Inandran. Drink this, Lord of the Bays, thou strong supporter. This that is thine of old, thy food forever. Soma, when pressed, excels the unpressed Soma, better for one who knows to give him pleasure. Come to this sacrifice of ours, O Victor, replenish all thy powers with this libation. We call on thee, O Inandra, come. We call on thee, O Inandra, come thou hither. Sufficient be the Soma for thy body. Rejoice thee, Shrotagratu, in the juices. Guard us in wars, guard us among our people. Okay. Upanishad next, thank you. Second book, 21st Kanandwa. Okay, it's a little longer, 4 shlokas. Here we go. Trai vidyai himkara satrayam ime lokaha sa prasata vo gunilba yuradit prasata vo gunilba yu prasata vo gunilba yuradityaha sa udukito Nakoshatranui Vayam Si. Is it really hard to say Vayam Si in Kali Yuga? See, the reason for this is because in Kali Yuga, it's impossible to say Vayam Si, but I just said it. Was it easy for me to say Vayam Si? No, it's not. Mari Jayaha Sa Pratiharaha Salpanga Karanthaivaha Pitarasetanan Nitana Metatasama Salvasamina Protama Trayi Vidyang Himkara Satraya Ime Lokaha Sa Prasata Voganilva Yuradityaha Sa Udagito Nakoshatranui Payama Si Marichayaha Sa Pratiharaha Salpanga Kananthaivaha Pitara Sutanitana Metata Basama Pitara Sutanitana Metatasama Salvasamina Protama. Once again. Trayi Vidyang Himkara Satraya Ime Lokaha Sa Prasata Voganilva Yuradityaha Sa Udagito Nakoshatranui Payama Si Marichayaha Sa Pratiharaha Salpang Kananthaivaha Pitara Sutana Nitana Metatasama Salvasamina Protama. I mispronounced Gananthaivaha. Once again from the arrow. Trayi Vidyang Himkara Trayi Vidyang Himkara Satraya Ime Lokaha Sa Prasata Voganilva Yuradityaha Sa Udagito Nakoshatranui Payama Si Marichayaha Sa Pratiharaha Salpang Kananthaivaha Petarasatana Nitara Metatasama Salvasamina Protama. Salvasamina Protama. Fuck you. Sorry. I finally said fuck you to the harasser. I've never said fuck you before. To the harasser. Two or three harassers. That's what I'm dealing with in this fucking building. Brown people. I swear, like if I were in a white building, a white people building, I'd have been done 20 minutes ago. The whole thing. I have another thing to read. I would have been done with even with that, 20 minutes ago. But because I'm in a brown people's building, it's gonna take me 4 hours. Trai vidyang trai vidyang himkara satraya ime lokaha sa prasata bogunilva yuradityaha sa udgito nakoshatranui payam si marichayaha sa pratiharaha salpanga ganantelvaha pitarasatana nitanasatata sama salvasaminan protam. Once more. Trai vidyang himkara satraya ime lokaha sa prasata bogunilva yuradityaha sa udgito nakoshatranui payamsi marichayaha sa pratiharaha salpanga ganantelvaha pitarasatan trai vidyang himkara satraya ime lokaha sa prasata bog trai vidyang himkara satraya ime lokaha sa prasata bogunilva yuradityaha sa udgito nak trai. Oh, I hate rapists. I hate murderers. I found that out for myself. I hate rapists. I hate murderers. There's nothing anybody can do about it. Trai vidyang himkara satraya ime lokaha sa prasata bogunilva yuradityaha sa udgito trai vidyang himkara satraya ime lokaha sa prasata bogunilva yuradityaha sa udgito nakushotranui. Trai vidyang himkara satraya trai. I hate rapists. Surrounded by them, that's why I'm saying this. Trai, you can't say it like, you cannot say trai, in front of rapists. Really, really hard to say. It means they need to die. Like I said, if I were living in a white people's building, I would have been done 20 minutes ago with the whole thing. I have another thing to read. But because I'm in a brown people's building, it'll take me 4 hours. Trai vidyang himkara satraya ime lokaha sa prasata bogunilva yuradityaha trai vidyang himkara satraya ime lokaha sa prasata trai vidyang himkara satraya. You see how like my voice sounds like UFO. It sounds like, something not from the real world. Why? Because I'm surrounded by brown people. Trai vidyang himkara satraya ime lokaha sa Prasatang Boganilva Yura Dityaha Sa Udagi To Nakushwatranui Payama Si Mari Jayaha Sa Pratiharaha Salpang Galantalvaha Pitarasatana Nitana Metata Sama Salvasaminam Protamam. I'm gonna read it again. Aryan Sanskrit. Aryan Sanskrit does not belong in brown people. Brown people cannot. Brown people have nothing to do with Aryan Sanskrit. With Aryan Sanskrit, brown people have nothing to do with it. Nothing. Brown people have nothing to do with Aryan Sanskrit. Period. I've experienced it. I'm saying this from experience. My experience tells me this. Aryan Sanskrit and brown people have nothing to do with each other. They have Aryan Sanskrit and brown people. They have nothing, no relations, no connections at all, no relations. Period. And that's why I don't know anything. I don't know shit about Hindi. I don't know shit about Hindi. I don't know shit about Hindi except Hakara Haban Hadu Hayu and Na Shakha Na Shalom. Hakara Haban Hadu Hayu. That's the only Hindi I know. I'm just upset that, in front of rapists, you cannot say Drai. Try it, Drai. Try saying Drai in front of rapists. Get back to me. That's why I'm so upset. It's like something so fucking simple. You can't do it. Why? Because of fucking rapists and fucking murderers. That's why I'm so mad. Because of rapists, you cannot say Drai. That's fucked up. Drai Vidyang Himkang Rasataraya Ime Lokaha Sa Prasata Boganilva Yura Dityaha Sa Udagi Tom Drai Vidyang Himkang Rasataraya Ime Lokaha Sa Prasata Boganilva Yura Prasata Boganilva Yura Dityaha Drai Drai Vidyang. I'm telling you, in front of rapists, you cannot say Drai. I hate it. That's why I hate being harassed. I hate being harassed by brown people. Brown people and Aryan Sanskrit have no relation, nothing. There's nothing with brown people and Aryan Sanskrit. Aryan Sanskrit and brown people, they're enemies. They're enemies to each other. You can't even say Drai. How rapist is that shit? Yeah, if I were in a white people's building, I would have been done 30 minutes ago. I still have 3 more hours to go. Why? Because I'm in brown people's building. They're rapists. They're murderers. Trai vidiyang himka rasatraya ime lokaha sa prasata boganeva yura dityaha sa udagito nakushatranui payama si marichayaha sa pratiharaha saipang kanantaivaha pitarasatana nitaname tatasama salvasaminam protama sa ya eva metatasama salvasaminam protam veda salvam ha bhavati sa ya eva metatasama salvasaminam protam veda salvam ha bhavati. Like, how stupid are brown people? Brown people are stupider than white people. White people are smarter. There are more white people in general. I was 90%. They're smarter. They're better than brown people. Why? Oh, I should have been I should have been done with the whole thing by now. I still have 3 more hours to go. Why? Because I'm in brown people's building. Aryan Sanskrit and brown people have nothing to do with each other. If you asked Aryan Sanskrit, how do you feel about brown people? How do you feel? Oh, they're Shudras. Aryan Sanskrit will say brown people are Shudras. Automatically. Look at them. Shudra. Brown people are Shudras. Shudras have nothing to do with Aryan Sanskrit. Aryan Sanskrit have nothing to do with brown people. They're Shudras. That's why they're brown. They're brown because they're Shudras. And Shudras have nothing to do with Aryan Sanskrit. Aryan Sanskrit and Shudras. They hate Shudras. Hate Aryan Sanskrit. Shudras hate Aryan Sanskrit. That's why they speak Hindi. Shudras are better than Janandolam. Wait. Shudras are Janandolas. YouTube doesn't know what to do with that shit. It's like, what did he just say? We want to catch him. What did he say? He said Shudra. What does that mean? He said Janandola. What does that mean? Shudras are Janandolas. And they hate Aryan Sanskrit. Hey, they hate Janandola. Shudras hate Aryan Sanskrit. Period. That's it. Here we go. Sa yang avametattasama salvasaminam protam veda salvam ha bhavati. Sa yang avametattasama sa yang avametattasama sa yang avametattasama salvasaminam protam veda salvam ha bhavati. Tadesha Shuloko Yani Panchatai Trinui Tapyo Nang Jyayaha Paramania Dasati. Okay, backing up one shloka. Sa ya avametat sama salvasminam protam veda salvam ha pavati. Tadeshva shloko yani panchatang trinui dapyo na jyayah paramanya dasati. Yasutad veda salvam disho palimasmai harananti salvamasmi tiupasitam tadvratam. Yasutad veda salvam disho palimasmai harananti salvamasmi tiupasitam. Salvamasmi tiupasitam tadvratam. Yasutad veda salvam disho palimasmai harananti. Yasutad veda salvam disho palimasmai harananti salvamasmi tiupasitam tadvratam. Yasutad veda salvam disho palimasmai harananti salvamasmi tiupasitam tadvratam. Yasutad veda salvam disho palimasmai harananti salvamasti tiupasitam tadvratam. Yasutad veda salvam disho. Yasutad veda salvam disho palimasmai harananti. Yasutad veda salvam disho palimasmai. Yasutad veda salvam disho palimasmai. I did say it correctly twice already. Yasutad veda salvam disho palimasmai. Yasutad veda salvam disho palimasmai harananti. Yasutad veda salvam disho palimasmai. Yasutad veda salvam disho palimasmai harananti salvamasti tiupasitam tadvratam. Iti ekavimshah kanandah. The triple knowledge is a hingankara. The three worlds here are a prasadambam. Agni, Vayu, and Aditya are anudagitam. Stars, birds, and light rays are a pratiharam. Serpents, Gananthevas, and the fathers are a nitanam. This is the Saman as woven upon the world all. He who knows thus the Saman as woven upon the world all becomes the world all itself. On this point, there is this verse. Whatever triple things are fivefold, than these things there is nothing better, higher. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna read that again. This shloka itself is heaven, if you know what I mean. On this point, there's this verse. Whatever triple things are fivefold, then these things there is nothing better, higher. Okay, who knows this fact, he knows the world all. All regions of the compass bring him tribute. One should reverence the thought, I am the world all. That is his rule. That is his rule. I'm gonna read that again. Who knows this fact, He knows the world all. All regions of the compass bring him tribute. One should reverence the thought, I am the world all. That is his rule. That is his rule. Okay. Next and last is Buddhacarita. And I'm gonna enjoy it. Okay, chapter 11. 50. Wow, I'm lucky today. No, 70. Not lucky. I'm never lucky, huh? That's fucked up. Can I get lucky? I mean, can somebody give me money? No, just kidding. And when I say money, I don't mean like, $10 or $20. I mean like $1 billion, right? At least $500,000. Okay. If you can't provide that, I'm not talking to you. Yeah. When I say, give me money, I'm not asking for petty cash. I'm asking for at least $500,000. That's what I'm saying. Preferable, like what I'm really saying. I want $1 billion. Yeah, I'm talking to you, billionaires. Yeah, if you're a billionaire, I'm asking for. Wouldn't that make good news though? Like, this guy got paid, while he was doing his live stream. He was daring like billionaires to contribute like $1 billion or something. He was daring billionaires to contribute, and somebody donated $500 million, 0.5 billion, $500 million. That would make some news. I don't know. Namaste. Kama bi gaihano, kama bi gaihano, kama bi gaihano, kama bi gaihano, kama bi gaihano. Okay. Yeah, so it'll take me 2 hours to get through the Sanskrit from now. I know this from experience. I've done this so many times. I have like 2,000 videos, by the way. I've done this so many times. I know what's gonna happen. 70 something shlokas long, which in my head I'm going, okay, so it's gonna take about 2 hours just to get through the Sanskrit. If I were living in a white neighborhood, it would have taken me half an hour. I mean, no, 1 hour, not 2 hours. See, in a brown neighborhood, this will take me 2 hours. In a white neighborhood, it'll take me, did I say 30 minutes? 1 hour. Why? Because brown people hate this shit. They can't help. Brown people hate this shit. They hate it. They fucking hate it. They can't help themselves. It's in their DNA, It's in Aryan, Sanskrit, and brown people have nothing to do with each other. They're enemies. They hate each other. Brown people and Aryan, Sanskrit, they hate each other. They're enemies. They want to kill each other. They want to fight, They want to fight, kill each other. Aryan, Sanskrit, and brown people, they hate each other. And oh, no, I love Aryan, Sanskrit. You're an exception. You're not the general rule. You're special. Okay, so I'm just preparing myself to get through. I've done this so many times that I know what's gonna happen like 3 hours from now on, you know? So I'm just trying to take it as easy as possible. Hey, nobody got killed? Wow. Progress. Okay, Buddha Buddhacarita means the life of the Buddha time. Chapter 11, man. I'm gonna get rid of whatever other shit was there. Chapter 11. Simple. Here we go. I'm taking it, once again, I'm taking it easy. It'll take me 2 hours to get through. Knowing that fact, and I'm not gonna stress it. Yeah, I'm not gonna stress it. That's my point. Namaste. Ataiva mukoto, magata tipena, suharana mukena, batiko lamaltama. Savasato vikaraha, gula shao jashudataha, shao de tang, shao de to, dan nilva kiamidam, shao de tom, shao de tang, shao de tom dan, shao de to dan nilva kiamidam, jagadam. Savasato vikaraha, gula shao jam, Savasato vikaraha, gula Savasa Savasa Savasato Bikan Raha Gola Shao Jasho the Taha Shao the Todani Danil Ba Kiamidam Shao the Todanil Ba Kiamidam Jagandam. From the arrow once again. Savasato Bikan Raha Gola Shao Jasho the Taha Shao the Todanil Ba Kiamidam Jagandam. I hate it when God says it before me, which is the way it should be. God should say it before me. See, God said it. Whatever I said just now, it wasn't entirely me. What the fuck is going on? Okay. And just because I look like Chinese doesn't mean you have to throw shit at me. I mean, I know I look Chinese, but that doesn't mean you have to like throw shit at me. That's what they do, by the way. I look Chinese. So you know what people do? Like brown people. They throw shit at me. They don't like, they're not nice. They just, they're just like lash, you know. Oh, you know, a Chinese guy. They go, pa, pa, pa. A punching bag. That's why I'm Satan. You know, I wish that nobody throws. I hope nobody throws shit at me. Everybody throws shit at me. They're throwing shit. They're shit. You know, they're poop. They're throwing poop at me. This is not happening in a white building, by the way. If it happened in a white building, it would have made the news. Okay. Sevastotog ni varaha. Sevastotog vikan. Sevastotog. I'm telling you, it's Aryan Sanskrit. Aryan Sanskrit, and brown people have nothing to do with this. They have no relations. They don't know each other. They don't know each other, period. Aryan Sanskrit and brown people. Okay, I have to get more alcohol. Otherwise, if you're in a brown people's building, it's impossible to say Aryan Sanskrit without alcohol. Okay. Here we go. Savasatogunika Savasatogubi Savasatogubikanaraha Kushacham Cham Kushudata Savasatogunika Savasatogubi Savasatogubi. Wow. Yeah. Horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Balama, Hare Duryodhana, Hare Yudhishthira. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Balama, Hare Duryodhana, Hare Yudhishthira. Here we go. Savasatogavikaraha Gosha Cham Gosha Gula Cham Savasatogavikaraha Gula Shashudataha Shavdatodanilva Kiamidam Jagadam. I want to say it again. That was correct, but I don't know. I sounded really drunk or something. I don't know. Savasatogavikaraha Gosha Cham Gula Savasatogavikaraha Gula Shashudataha Shavdatodanilva Kiamidam Jagadam. Savasatogavi B. See, in front of rapists, you cannot say Savasatogavi. I dare you to say it. It's really hard to say it when you're, brown people's building. Why? Because they fucking hate this shit. Brown people fucking hate. Brown people hate this shit. Brown people hate this shit. Savasatogavikaraha Gosha Shashudataha Savasatogavikaraha Savasatogavikaraha Gula Shashudataha Savasatogavikaraha Gula Shashudataha Shavdatodanilva Kiamidam Jagadam. Savasatogavikaraha Gula Shashudataha Shabda to danilvan kiamidam jagandam. Savasa Vikan, Savasatoga Vikara, Savasatoga Vikara, Gola Shao Jashu the Taha, Shabda Todaniva Kiamidam Jagadam. Nashajarya Meta the Pavato Pitatum Jatasya Haryanga Gakulan Bishalim. Nashajarya Meta the Pavato Pitatum Nashajarya Meta the Pavato Pit Nashajarya Meta the Pavato Nashajarya Meta the Pavato Pitatum Jatasya Haryanga Gakula Bishalem. Nashajarya Meta the Pavato Pitatum Nashajarya Meta the Pavato Pitatum Jatasya Haryanga Gakula Bishalem. Yana Mitra Pakoshwa Tava Mitra Kama Siada Bharata Tirashwa Siada Bharata Tirashwa Parishada Tavarata Teha. Yana Mitra Pakoshwa Tava Mitra Kama Siada Bharata Tire. Yana Mitra Pakoshwa Tava Mitra Kama Yana Mitra Pakoshwa Tava Mitra Kama Siada Bharata Tirashwa Parishudha Tavarata Teha. Asatoso Maitri Savakulan Nurupang Na Tishatati Shriri Mai Pikala Beshu. Once again, that was correct. Oh well, it's really long, huh? Once again, Asatosu Maitri Svakulan Nurupang Na Tishatati Shiririva Pikalabeshu. Pulvaiha Karatam Priti Param Parita Repeat. Okay, I have to back up one sentence. God lets me know if the whatever I said was not sufficient enough by the next sentence. Asatusu Maitri Savakola Nurupang Na Tishatati Shiririva Pikalabeshu. Asatusu Maitri Savakola Nurupang Na Tishatati Shiririva Pikalabeshu. Pulvaiha Karatam Priti Pulvaiha Karatam Priti Paramam Param Pisatam Evan. Pulvaiha Karatam Priti Paramam Param Pisatam Evan. Pulvaiha Karatam Pulvaiha Karatam Priti Pulvaiha Karatam Priti Paramam Pulvaiha Karatam Priti Pulvaiha Karatam Pulvaiha Karatam Priti Pulvaiha Karatam Priti Paramam Param Pisatam Eva Sanantasatu Pitha Bibalta Yananti. Pulvaiha Karatam Priti Paramam Param Pisatam Eva Sanantasatu Bibalta Yananti. Yam Jal Takaraja Trashu Jal Takaraja Trashu Pavananti Loka Samanakariyaha Sohradam Manushoyaha. Once again from the arrow. Jal Takaraja Trashu Pavananti Loka Samanakariyaha Sohradam. Jal Takaraja Trashu Pavananti Loka 예, 잘 탁거렸죠. 트래슈 파바는디 로게 사마나강리야허 수허르담 마누쇼여허. Once again, I have to use the restroom now. So if I were living in a white neighborhood, I would have been done with the whole thing 1 hour ago. But because I'm in a brown people's building in a brown neighborhood, like they wanna kill me for reading this shit. They wanna fucking kill me for reading this shit. Because Aryan Sanskrit and brown people have nothing to do with each other. Brown people, and Aryan Sanskrit. Because brown people are Shudras, and Aryan Sanskrit have nothing to do with each other. Okay, so I might have to take a restroom break. Thank you. Namaste. 예, 잘 탁거렸죠. 트래슈 파바는 예, 잘 탁거렸죠. 트래슈 파바 예, 잘 탁거렸죠. 트래슈 파바는 디 로게 사마나강리야허 수허르담 마누쇼여허 예, 잘 탁거렸죠. 트래슈 파바는 디 로게 사마나강리야허 수허르담 마누쇼여허 미트라노이 तानीति पराइमी बुद्धथिया सुभासुतास्या बुद्धथिशविहं को ही न स्यात् मित्रानुई तानीति पराइमी बुद्धथियं सुभासुतास्या बुद्धथिशविहं मित्रानुई तानीति पराइमी बुद्धथियं Svasatasya Buddhatishavihang Muko Mitranui Taniti Paraimi Buddhatyang Mitranui Taniti Paraimi Buddhatyang Svasatasya Buddhatishavihang Mitranui Taniti Paraimi Buddhatyang Svasatasya Buddhatishavihang Ko Hi Na Syat Evam Jan Yan Dravyamavan Pian Loke Mitrashwa Taime Jan Nyojayananti Evam Jan Yan Dravyamavan Evam Jan Yan Dravyamavan Evam Jan Yan Dravyamavan Pian Loke Mitrashwa Taime Jan Nyojayananti Avam Padasaranui Tanani Deshwam Prashatvanui Nanante Janayananti Tapame Suratatayan Jaryatayan Ja Rajana Pipavia Mameva Dishachija Disha Nibinishachina Ya Vinishajayasatem Suratatayan Jaryatayan Ja Rajana Pipavia Mameva Vinishajayasatem Vini Suratatayan Jaryatayan Ja Rajana Vipavya Mameva Vinishajayatem Jayasatem. Missed one syllable. Or half a syllable. I missed half a syllable. Suharatatayang. If you're into like religion and shit, whatever I just said should have made you laugh. I missed by one half a syllable. I missed it by one half a syllable. Suharatatayan, Jaryatayan, Ja 라자는 비파비아 마메바. So, okay, I'm gonna take a little break. Once again, this is Buddhacarita. The entire point of Buddhism, based on Sri Buddha time. The entire point of Buddhism is taking it easy, tranquility. The entire point of Buddhism is tranquility or peace, extreme peace. Sorry. While I'm saying tranquility, I'm being harassed. While I'm saying tranquility, I'm being fucking harassed. Why? Because brown people and Aryan Sanskrit have nothing to do with each other. They have no relate. They're enemies. They hate each other. So whenever I talk about anything in relation to Aryan Sanskrit, it's like they're hearing jokes about their own family. Oh no, I'm not gonna make him laugh. Harass. You know what brown people do them better? I'll tell you what brown people do better than anyone else. They could harass. They know how to harass. They're the best at harassing. There's no one else better at harassing someone else than brown people. Brown people know how to harass other people than anybody else. Brown people, they're experts. The only reason why brown people live is to harass other people. Otherwise, they can't live. They're like cockroaches. Okay, with that being said, I'm going to take a little break. Thank you. Bathroom break. 2 minutes. I'm just mad because brown people are preventing me from saying, why? Because they're brown. They're fucking rapists and fucking murderers. Less than 10% of the white race are murderers and rapists. Less than 10% of the white race is rapists and murderers. Now, you want to talk about brown people? 2 minutes. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Oof. Shabbat in about 3.5 hours. So technically, I have 3.5 hours to go. I mean, I have 3.5 hours as time limit. Here we go. I wish I were not harassed. That's my wish, is that I, not be harassed. I'm sure they want to kill me, but they can't because I'm fucking strong physically. So all they could do is harass. I think I have a video clip of somebody walking in here, but that was the last time he did that. Yeah, yes. They can't do anything physically. They cannot intimidate me physically. So they have to fucking harass me. How fucking bitch like is that shit? Fucking bitches. They're fucking females. Suharata tayang jariya tayang ja rajana bipavya mameva binishajayastim. Suharata tayang jariya tayang ja rajana bipavya mameva binishajayastim. Bini. Suharata tayang jariya tayang ja. Suharata tayang jariya tayang ja rajana bipavya mameva binishajayastim. Atrang nuna shuyami suharata tayaiva broyami maham yodutara mania datran. Atrang nuna shuyami suharata tayaiva broyamaham. Atrang nuna shuyami suharata tayaiva broyamaham yodutara mania datran. Atrang nuna shuyami suharataya. Atrang nuna shuyami suharatatam. Atrang nuna shuyami suharataya iva broyamaham notataramania datran. Atrang nuna shuyami suharataya iva. That's the problem. Atrang nuna shuyami. So when I say that's the problem, it does not only pertain to what I'm saying, but it pertains to the whole fucking world. Atrang nuna shuyami suharataya. Atrang nuna shuyami suharataya iva broyamaham notataramania datran. Atrang nuna shuyami Atara nune shvoyomi suharatatayaiva pruyamaham notataramania tataram aham jaram murotiyopayam viditavang mumukushvoyong talmamimam prapananaha manantunam pariyana shurumakane bihaya progevan kamanu nanu pasyam get hatun kamananu pasya hatun. Backing up one sentence. Aham jara murtiyopayam aham jara murtiyopayam viditavang mumukushvoyong talmamimam prapananaha aham jara murtiyopayam viditavang aham jara murtiyopayam viditavang mumukushvoyong talmamimam prapananaha aham jara murtiyopayam viditavang mumukushvoyong talmamimam prapananaha manantunam pariyana shuruma manantunam pariyana shurumukana bihaya pragavan manantunam pariyana shurumukana bihaya pragava makananu shupasya hetuna kamana shupasya hetuna manantunam pariyana shurumukana bihaya pragava kamana shupasya hetuna nashi vishwapyopi tatanga ipetim pipemi nashi vishwapyapi tatanga pipemi naivasha nipyo gagana chachiyutepyaha nashi vishwapyopi tatanga pipemi naivasham nashi vishwapyopi tatanga pipemi naivashatipyo gagana chachiyutepyaha gagana chachiyutepyaha Shloka 8, by the way, 10% done. It's gonna be a long day, folks. Nashi vishwapyopi tatanga pipemi naivashanipyo nashi vishwapyopi tatanga pipemi naivashanipyo gagana chachiyutepyaha na bhavekepyo nilai samhye hitepyo tatang yatang payam me vishayapya epyaha na bhavake na bhavakepyo bin. Backing up one sentence. Interesting. So yeah, God doesn't let me move on unless I say everything according to His will, I guess. So maybe I could interpret that as like, His timing is perfect, so I could be just relaxed about everything. Something like that. Nashi vishwapyopi tatang pipemi naivasha nashi vishwapyopi tatang Na shi bishwa pyo pi tatang bipemi naiva shayanan shani pyo naiva shani pyo na shi bishwa pyo pi tatang bipemi naiva shani pyo gagana chityuta pyaha na ba ba ke pyo nila samhita pyo yatang payam me bishoya pya epyaha kama yanityaha kula. Kept backing up one sentence. Yeah, that's how God communicates with me through Sanskrit. Na baba ke pyo nila samhita pyom. Na baba ke pyo nila samhita pyo yatang payam me bishoya pya epyaha kama yanityaha kushalai tachairan chauran. Okay, once more from the arrow. Na baba ke pyo nila samhita pyo yatang payam me bishoya pya epyaha kama yanityaha kushalai tachauran likatara shicham maya sadara shicham loken. Once again from the arrow. Kama yanityaha kushalai tachauran likatara shicham maya sadara shicham loken. Ashasyamana api mohayananti chitatam karanam hi punaratma samsataha. Ashasyamana api mohayananti chitatam karanam niranam. Ashasyamana. So, I said Karanam instead of Niranam is the correct pronunciation. I said Karanam. That happened because Shri Prabhupada was dyslexic. Ashasyamana api mohayananti chitatam nira. Wow, same mistake. Thanks a lot, Shri Prabhupada. Ashasyamana api mohayananti chitatam niranam ki punaratma samsataha. Too weak. I mean, it passed, but I don't like it, so I have to. So that's the dilemma right now, is that sometimes I say correctly, but I don't like it, so I have to say it again. So I waste like half an hour saying it again. That's the dilemma right now. So whatever I just said, it passed. Trust me, it passed. But I have to say it again. I don't like it. That's why I have to say it again. Thanks a lot, Shri Prabhupada. Ashasyamana api mohayananti chitatam niranam. Ashasyamana api mohayananti chitatam niranam kim punaratma samsataha. There's more to that. There's more to what I just said. Kaima, that's the ways of kaima. Syamanai api mohayananti chitatam niranam kim ponaratama samsatah Kama piputan hi na yananti shaima Tiripishitapem kim bata maltialokem Kama piputan hi na yananti shaima Tiripishitapem Kama piputan hi na yananti shaima Tiripishitapem kim bata maltialokem Kamaiha satarashanasya hi nasati terapatiriya tenenda tanailvata sakasya vahaneha. Okay, backing up one sentence. Kama pipudang hi na yananti shaima teripishitapem. That's the problematic. That's the problem. Teripishitapem. Kama Sanskrit, Aryan Sanskrit is connected to your central nervous system. That's why this is whatever I'm doing is very, very seriously important, because Aryan Sanskrit is connected to your central nervous system. If your central nervous system is fucked up, you have no society. Let's put it that way. You have no society if your central nervous system is fucked up. And the problem is in that shloka 10, Tiripishitapam right now. Kama pipudang hi na yananti shaima Tiripishitapam kim bata maltialokem. Kamaiha satarashanasya hi nasati terapatiriya tenantanaiva da sakasya terapatiriya tenantanaiva naiva terapatiriya tenantana terapatiriya tenantanaiva da sakasya terapatiriya tenantanaiva da sakasya vahaneha. Kamaiha satarasha nasyam Kamaiha satarashanasya hi nasati Kamaiha satarashanasya hi nasati Tirapatiriya tenantanaiva dakakasya vahaneha. Almost. Kamaiha satarashanasya hi nasati Kamaiha satarashanasya nasyam Kamaiha satarashanasya hi nasati Kamaiha satarashanasya hi nasati. Come on, leave me alone. Mind your own business. I'm talking to harassers. Kamaiha satarashanasya hi na. They can't leave me alone, because whatever I'm doing is killing. Whatever I'm doing right now is killing rapists. They're killing murderers. Whatever I'm doing right now, reading this Kamaiha satarashanasya hi, that's killing. It's killing murderers and rapists. I just want to get through, but apparently when I read, the whole fucking building gets involved. And then they blame it on me, which is the worst part. They blame it on me. Are demons real? Well, my question then is, do demons have consciousness? And if the consciousness is real, then what happens to that consciousness when it dies? The answer is it dies also, altogether, which is good. Okay. Here we go. Please do not stay. Do mind your fucking business. Brown people. Kamaiha satarashanasya hi nasati darapatiria tenantanalvata sakya sakasya. Kamaiha satarashanasya hi nasati. Kamaiha satarashanasya hi nasati darapatiria tenantanalvata sakasyam. Darapatiria tenantanalvata sakasyam. Kamaiha satarashanasya hi nasati darapa. Kamaiha satarashanasya hi nasati. Kamaiha satarashanasya hi nasati. Kamaiha satarashanasya hi nasati darapatiria tenantanalvata sakasya bahaneha. Jagatatanaltom. Jagatyanalto na samosati kamai mohashit. Jagatyanalto na samosati kamai mohachicha deshiveva janaha prasakataha. Jagatyanalto na samosati kamai mohachicha deshiveva janaha prasakataha. It's very difficult to deal with rapists and criminal and murderers in real life. Very. In movies, it's easy to deal with them. In real life, rapists and murderers are very hard to deal with. Kamaiha satarashanasya hi nasati. Kamaiha satarashanasya hi nasati darapatiria tenantanalvata sakasya. Kamaiha satarashanasya hi nasati Kamaiha satarashanasya hi nasati darapatiria tenantanalvata sakasya bahaneha. Jagatyanalto na samosati kamai mohachacha deshiveva janaha prasakataha. Almost. Jagatyanalto na samosati kamai mohachacha deshiveva janaha prasakataha. Tatadevam bididevai vamanal tamidam piruha. Tatadevam bididevai bidit. Tatadevam biditevai vamanal tampiruha. Tatadevam biditevai vamanal tapiruha. Prajinyaha savayam gopilai shwedanal tam. Gopilai shwedanal tam. Gopila shwedanal tam. From the arrow once again. Shloka 11. I have to use the restroom again. I might have to order more alcohol. I have to get through. Tatadevam biditevai bidit. Tatadevam biditevai vamanal tami piruha. Tatadevam biditevai vamanal tapiruha. Prajinyaha savayam gopila shwedanal tam. Tatadevam biditevai bidit. Tatadevam Tatatevam Biditevaiva Manal Tampi Tatatevam Bidit Tatatevam Tatatevam Biditevaiva Manal Tapi Ruha Pranjinyaha Savayam Gopila Shweta Danaltama. I have to use the restroom again. Yeah, 2 minutes, thank you. Sorry. See, you get harassed, then you have to use alcohol, and then it takes you 4 times longer. And then on top of that, you have to use a fucking restroom because you drank so much. 2 minutes, thank you. Okay. Here we go. Namaste. Where am I? What am I doing? Who am I? Hey, I could read these things. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. I can read these things. And that's all that matters. Tatadevam Piditevaiva Manal Tapiruha Prajinyaha Savaya. Tatadevam Piditevaiva Manal Tapiruha Prajinyaha Savayam Gopila Shwedanaltama. Okay, can Jesus be with me right now, please? King Usha, please be with me. I have to get through. There's no other option, Somebody's gonna, if I don't get through, somebody's gonna fucking die. Here we go. Tatadevam Viditevaiva Tatatavam, Tatatavam, Viditavam, Vidi. Tatatavam, Viditavaiva Manaltapiruha, Branjinyaha, Savayam, Gopilashawai, Danaltama, Gopilashwai, Danaltama. Tatatavam, Viditavaivam, Tatatavam, Tatatavam, Viditavaiva Manaltapiruha, Branjinyaha, Savayam, Gopilashwai, Danaltama. Samudra Vasudram api Kamavampiam Param Jigi Shwadanti Mahal Novasyam Samudra Vasudram api Kamavampiam Param Jigi Shwadanti Mahal Novasyam Lokasya Kamainam Vitrapatirananti Patida Piramam Por Pirivalnovasya Patada Piramam Porivalnovasya Patada Piramam Porivalnosya Pirivalnosya Lokasya Kamaina Vitrapatirananti Lokasya Kamaina Vitrapatiranasati Lokasya Kamaina Vitrapatirasati Pitada Piramam Pirivalnosvasya Patada Piramam Pirivalnovasyam Lokasya Kamaina Vitrapatirasati Lokasya Kamaina Vitrapati Lokasya Kamaina Vitrapatirasati Lokasya Kamaina Vitrapatirasati Patada Piramam Pirivalnosyam Patada Piramam Pirivalnosvasya Patada Piramam Pirivalnosyam Pasyam Patada Piramam Patada Piramam Pirivalnovasyam. I should have been done like 1 hour and a half ago if I were in a white people's building. Lokasya Kamaina Vitrapatirasati Patada Lokasya Kamaina Lokasya Kamaina Vitrapatirasati Patada Lokasya Kamaina Vitrapati Lokasya Kamaina Vitrapatirasati Patada Piramam Pirivalnovasyam Lokasya Kamaina Vitrapati Lokasya Kamaina Vitrapati Lokasya Kamaina Vitrapatirasati Patada Piramam Pirivalnovasyam Lokasya Kamaina Vitrapatirasati Lokasya Kamaina Vitrapati Lokasya Kamaina Vitrapatirasati Patada Piramam Pom. Yeah, I apologize. If I were in a white people's building, I would have been done 1 hour and 45 minutes ago. But this building is brown people's building. you get harassed. Lokasya Kamalna, because brown people and Aryan and Sanskrit have nothing to do with each other. Nothing. Not absolutely nothing. Brown people and Aryan Sanskrit. Aryan Sanskrit and brown people have no relations. Aryan Sanskrit and Shudra, Aryan Sanskrit. Lokasya Kamalna Pitarapati. Lokasya Kamalna Pitarapati Rasati Patada Piraman Pori Pirivain Pasya. Lokasya Kamalna Pitarapatira. Lokasya Kamalna Pitarapati Rasati Patada. Lokasya Kamalna Pitarapati Rasati Patada Piraman Pori Pirivan Patavan Piraman Popirivan Novasyam. Lokasya Kamalna Pitarapati Rasati. Lokasya Kamalna Pitarapati Rasati Patada Piraman Popiri. Lokasya Kamalna Pitarapati. Lokasya Kamalna Pitarapati. I'm sorry, just brown people. Brown people. If I were in a white people's building, I would have been done 2 hours ago. So, but because of fucking brown people, I cannot even get through a simple fucking sentence because they're fucking rapists and they're fucking murderers. Only less than 10% of white race, the white race, only fewer than 10% of them are rapists and murderers. But fucking brown people, you know how many rapists? You know how many percentage? You know how much percentage of brown people are rapists and fucking murderers? I can't even get through this shit because of fucking brown people. They're rapists. They're murderers. Lokasya Kamalna Vitarapati Rasati Patada Piraman Pirivalna Vasyam. Lokasya Kamalna Vitarapati. Lokasya Kamalna Vitarapati Rasati Patada Piraman Pirivan. Lokasya Kamalna Vitarapati Rasati Patada. Lokasya Kamalna. Yeah, I apologize. You know, I wish I were in another place. Lokasya Kamalna Vitarapati Ras. Lokasya Kamalna Vitarapati. Look, I can't say these things in front of brown people because they're fucking rapists. They're fucking murderers. Lokasya Kamalna Vitarapati Rasati Patada Piraman Popiri. Lokasya Kamalna Vitarapati. Lokasya Kamalna Vitarapati. Okay, here we go. Lokasya kamalna pitarpati. Lokasya kamalna pitarpatiras. Lokasya kamalna pitarpati. Pitarpati. Lokasya kamalna pitarpati rasati. Patada piramam po pirivaina vasyam. Lokasya kamalna pitarpati rasati. Patada piramam po piri. Lokasya kamalna pitarpati. Lokasya kamalna pitarpati. Lokasya kamalna pitarpati. Lokasya kamal. I'm just gonna chant it until the demons go away. They die, demons die sometimes, Lokasya kamalna pitarpati rasati. Patada piramam popirivaina vasyam. Lokasya kamalna pitarpati. Lokasya kamalna pitarpati rasati. Patada piramam popirivaina vasyam. Devena parashutvapi iranoya vaishwe. Devi pana samudram shachaturopi jitavai. Devi pan samudram shachaturopi jitavai. Once again. Devena parashutvapi hiranoya. Devena. Oh man. So this is an external force. Where is it? Devena parashutvapi iranoya vaishwe. Devi pan samudram shachaturopi jitavai. Chakrasya jaltha sana sapmapya tvapya manantatu rasi de vishaya shivatarapatiha. I have to back up one sentence again. I'm never gonna finish this. Oh well. Devena parashutvapi Devena parashutvapi hiranoya. Devena parashutvapi hiranoya vaishwe. Devi pan samudram shachaturopi jitavai. Chakrasya jaltha sana sapmapya mapya manantatu rasi de vishaya shivatarapatiha. Chakrasya jaltha chakrasyam sha chakrasya jaltha sanam chakrasya jaltha san chakrasya jaltha sanamapya vapya manantatu rasi de vishaya shivaya tarapatiha. Chakrasya jaltha sanamapya vapya manantatu rasi de vishaya shivatarapatiha. Bhagatavapi rajyam divi devatanam shatakratam vratra bhayata pranashatoyam. Daipanam maharshvi napi pahayiti. Bahayitva Kame Shivatarapato Nahusha Papantam Taipana Maharshri Napi Bahayitva Kame Taipana Maharshri Napi 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 Bahayitva Kame Shivatarapato Nahusha Papantam. Once more. Taipana Maharshri Napi Bahayitva Kame Shivatarapato Nahusha Papantam. Taipana Maharshri Napi Bahayitva Kame Shivatarapato Nahusha Papantam. I doshacham rajang tridivam bigahya nitavapi tavim vashamulvashim tam. Okay, from the arrow. I doshacham rajang tridivam I doshachang rajang tribidam divam. I doshachang rajang tridivam jagahya nitavapi tavim vashamulvashim tam. I doshachang rajang tridivam bigahya nitavapi tavim vashamulvashim tam. Once again. I doshachang rajang tridivam. I doshachang rajang tridivam vigang. I doshachang rajang tridivam. That's a problem. Okay, Shloka 15. I don't know if I'll ever get through. Maxed out on alcohol, no more drinking for 12 hours. This is how you live when you're surrounded by brown people. You have to incorporate drinking somehow into your life so it doesn't mess with you. Because brown people are rapists. Brown people are fucking murderers. Only 10% of the white race are rapists and murderers. Only less than 10%. I doshachang rajang tridivam bigahya nitavapi tavim vashamulvashim tam. The Padre Shwipya her kamakam jihil shul jagam. I want to say this. I doshachang rajang tridivam biga. I doshachang rajang tridivam bigahya nitavapi tavim vashamulvashim tam. The Padre Shwipya her kakanakam jihil shul jagama nasham bishoya shivatarabhatahe. The Padre Shwipya her kanakam jihil shul jagama. Lopa Durushui Piaha Kanakam Jihil Shuljagama Nacham Vishaya Shivatarapotaha Balay Mahanandram Nahusha Balay Mahanandram Nahusham Mahanandra Dinandram Ponariya Nahusha Dutaya Yuha Balay Mahan Balay Mahanandram Nahusham Mahanandra Dinandram Balay Mahanandram Nahusham Mahanandra Dinandram Ponariyam Balay Mahanandram Nahusham Mahanandra Dinandram Balay Mahanandram Nahusham Mahanandra Dinandram Balay Mahanandram Nahusham Balay Mahanandram. See, I'm trying to I'm doing exercise when I'm reading Aryan Samsakarata. I'm exercising at the same time, and these fucking brown demons are evil as hell. They're so fucking evil. I've never seen such evil before in my life. So fucking evil. Evil. So I apologize. If I were living in a white people's building, I should have been done 2 hours ago. I should have been done. I should have been finished with everything 2 hours ago. But I live in a brown people's building. They hate this shit. They hate this shit. They hate this shit. They hate it. They fucking hate it. Balay Mahanandram Nahusham Mahanandra Dinandram Ponariyat Nahusha Dupeyuhat. So I'm gonna take another break. I hope all these fucking demons die in King Yaosha's name. Kill them, kill those fucking demons. Who dares hate what I'm reading? If anybody's hating what I'm reading right now, not only should they die, their whole fucking race should fucking disappear off the fucking face of the fucking earth. They should fucking disappear. These fucking brown people, these fucking brown fuckers. 2 minutes, thank you. There we go. Pale Mahanandram Nahusham Mahanandra Dinandram Bonaria Nausha Dupeyuha. Bale Mahanandram Nahusham Mahanandra Dinandram Bale Mahanandram Nahusham Mahanandra Dinandram Bonaria Bale Mahanandram Nahusham Mahanandra Dinandram Buriya Bonaria Bale Mahanandram Nahusham Mahanandra Dinandram Bonaria Nausha Dupeyuha Sevalge Gushuitan Mang Bishayashu Tashu Long Go Vishvasa the Pagya Kula Kulasha Sevalge Gushuitan Sevalge Gushuitan Bang Bishayashu Tashu Go Vishvasa the Pagya Kula Kulasha Jiramam Barai Mula Pala Pupa Pakushwa Jata Anand Bahanantopi Pujangadil Kahe Jiramam Barai Mula Palam Butakusho Pupaku Jiramam Barai Mula Palam Bupakusho Jiramam Barai Mula Palam Butapaku Jiramam Barai Mula Palam Bupakusho Jiramam Barai Mula Palambu Pakushoy Mula Palambu Pakushoy Jiramam Barai Mula Palambu Pakushoy Jata Jiramam Barai Mula Palambu Pakushoy Jata Bahanantopi 부바장은갈 디가 딜카 부장은가 딜카 지람은 바랑 무나팔람 부파쿠쇼 지람은 바랑 무나팔람 부파쿠쇼 지람은 바랑 Mula Palambu Pakosha Jiramam Barai Mula Palambu Pakosha Jata Bahanantopi Pujajangadil Kang Jiramam Barai Mula Palambu Tapakush Jiramam Barai Mula Palambu Pakusho Jata Bahanantopi Pujagangadil Kang. Yeah. Whoever was that fucking asshole, Chaitanya Prabhu 357. Chaitanya Prabhu 357, I hope his whole fucking race goes to hell. That's not from me, that's from God. Ji Ramam Barang Mula Palambupa. Ji Ramam Barang Mula Palambupak Palambu. Ji Ramam Barang Mula Palambupakusho Jata Bahanan Topi Pujanganga Dil Kang Ji Ramam Barang Mula Ji Ramam Barang Ji Ramam Barang Ji Ramam Barang Mula Palambu Pakushwa Jata Bahanan Topi Ji Ramam Barang Mula Palambu Ji Ramam Barang Mula Palambu Pak Ji Ramam Barang Ji Ramam Barang Mula Palambu Pak Ji Ramam Barang Ji Ramam Barang Mula Palambu Pakusho Jata Bahanan Topi Pujanganga Dilkah Yairania Kang Aryan Munayopi Paganang Kah Kama Sanjinyan Muragayatan Shaturuna Yairania Kang Aryan Munayopi Paganang Kah Kama Sanjinyan Muragayatan Yairania Kang Aryan Munayopi Paganah Kah Kama Sanjinyan Muragayatan Shaturuna Ugra Yutasha Shaja Ugra Krutrata Utopi Ugra Yutasha Ugra Yutam Tratan Ugra Yutam Ugra Yutacha Ugra Yutasha Ugra Yutratam Ugra Yutasha Ugra Trata Utopi Yashwam Grata Murti Yomabapa Pishamat Ugra Yutasha Ugra Yutasha Ugra Trata Utopi Yashwam Grata Murti Yomabapa Pishamat Jinan Tampi Desha Mashivam Pitanya Tadabaratatinam Ki Punarabratanam Ansava Damarupam Bishoyashu Matava Samyo Janotu Kaishamaya Terapatiram Timavam Ansava Damarupam Bishoyashu Matava Samyo Janotu Kaishamaya Terapatiram Timavam Samyo Janotu Kaishamaya Terapatiram Timavam Ansava Damarupam Bishoyashu Matava Samyo Janotu Kaishamaya Terapatiram Timavam Ansava Damarupam Bishoyashu Ansava Damarupam Damarupam Bishoyashu Matava Samyo Janotu Kaishamaya Terapatiram Timavam Alright, is that asshole still here? I hope that Chaitanya Prabhu 357 is not here. That fucking asshole. Messing me up. Go to hell. Why be here when you could go to hell and enjoy hell? Otherwise, your whole fucking race is gonna die. Your fucking whole fucking race is gonna die. It's a rapist. He's a rapist and or a murderer. He's a fucking rapist and or a fucking murderer. Okay, here we go. Servan Damaripam Pichoyashu Matavan Samio Janota Kacha Matarapati Mivan Ti Mavan. Servan Damaripam Servan Damaripam Pichoyashu Matavan Servan Damaripam Pichoyashu Matavan Samio Janota Kacha Matarapati Ti Mavan. Servan Damaripam Pichoyashu Matavan Servan Damaripam Pichoyashu Matavan Samioja Nota Kacha Ma Terapati Mavan Samioja Nota Kacha Ma Samioja Nota Kacha Ma Terapati Mavan Servan Damaripam Servan Damaripam Pichoyashu Matavan Samioja Nota Servan Damaripam Servan Damaripam Pichoyashu Matavan Samioja Nota Kacha Matarapati Timeban. Alright, is that fucking asshole still here? What is his name? Chaitanya Prabhu 357. I hope it's not, because he doesn't belong here. Go somewhere else. Why be here? Fucking asshole. Fucking piece of shit. Fucking piece of shit. Fucking piece of shit. Servan Damaripam Pichoyashu Matavan Samioja Nota Kachama Terapati Mivan Timevan. Because he's a fucking rapist, he's a fucking murderer. Do people like rapists nowadays? Do people like murderers nowadays? Servan Damaripam Servan Damaripam Pichoyashu Matavan Samioja Nata Kasha Matarapati Mivan Ti Mavan. Servan Damaripam Pichoyashu Matavan Samioja Nota Kasha Matarapati Mivan Ti Mavan. Servan Damaripam Pichoyashu Matavan Samioja Nata Kasha Matarapati Mivan Ti Mavan Ti Mavan. Yeah, is that fucking asshole still here? Let me just check. He hasn't said anything. Fucking, what is his name? Chaitanya Prabhu 357. Why his fucking piece of shit? Whatever that shit is, that fucking piece of shit. Servan Damaripam Servan Damaripam Servan Damaripam Pichoyashu Matavan Samioja Nota Kasha Matarapati Dimavan. Servan Damaripam Pichoyashu Matavan Samioja Nota Kasha Matarapati Mavan. Almost. Servan Damaripam Sava Damaripam Picho Yeshu Matavan Samyo Janoto Kacho Matarapati Mavan Timavan Sava Damaripam Sava Damaripam Picho Yeshu Matavan Samyo Janoto Kacho Matarapati Timavan Sava Damaripam Picho Yeshu Matavan Samyo Janoto Kacho Matarapati Mavan Sava Damaripam Sava Damaripam Picho Yeshu Matavan Samyo Janoto Kacho Matarapati Mavan Sada Piashi Jan Gaiham Niatam Jan Pam Kaha Kama Samjinyam Pichama Sasadam Gurushuya de Piltalma Piranem Bitanam Kamat Kanana Kanam Janishamya Duakame Gurushuya de Piltalma Piranem Bitanam Kamat Kamanam Janishamya Duakame Gurushuya de Pildan. What is it fucking exercising outside? What is it fucking doing? Gurushuya de Piltaima Piranem Bitanam Kamat Makanam Nishamya Duakama. So many fucking demons. Gurushuya de Piltaima Piranem Bitanam Kamat Makanam Nishamya Duakama. Gurushuya de Piltaima Piranem Bitanam Gurushuya de Piltaima Gurushuya de Piltaima Piranem Gurushuya Betil de Pil Gurushuya de Piltaima Piranem Bitan Gurushuya de Piltaima Piranem Bitanam Kamat Makanam Nishamya Duakama Savasatyam Kameshvakaratu Halanam Kamana Bihatum Goshamamata Mavada Piha. What if I told you the world you're living right now is full of fucking rapists and murderers? And I'm sure this fucker, the Chaitanya Prabhu 357, is a murderer or a fucking rapist. I'm 99% sure he's a fucking rapist and a fucking murderer. His energy is so fucking bad. His energy is like fucking rapist and fucking murderer. Fucking rapist, you fucking murderer. If you're here right now, you fucking Chaitanya Prabhu 357, you should kill yourself. There's an easy way to kill yourself. Get a sharp knife and slash your fucking throat. Get the jugular. You will die within 30 minutes. You deserve it. Chaitanya Prabhu 357. Stupid piece of shit. Who do you think you're talking to, you piece of shit? Fucking rapists, fucking murderers. I will kill every single fucking rapist. I will kill every single fucking rapist. I will kill every single fucking rapist. And I will kill every single fucking murderer. Mark my words. Gurushuya de Piltaima Piranem Bitan. Gurushuya de Pil. Gurushuya de Piltaima Piranem Bitanam. Kama de Kamanam. Nishamya Duhakama. Savasa Tiam Kameshvakaratu Halanam Ka Savasa Tiam kameshvakara kutu Seva satyam cha kameshvakutu halanam kamana pihatum kushamamata mada mavada piha kushamamata mavada piha Seva satyam cha kameshvakutu Seva satyam cha kameshvakutu halanam kamana pihatum Kushamamata ma bada piha Kushamamata ma Kushamamata ma bada Kushamamata ma bada piha Seva satyam cha kameshvakutu ha Seva satyam cha kameshvakutu halanam kamana pihatum Kushamamata mabada piha Kushamamata mabada piha Kushamamata da Kushamamata mabada piha Seva satyam cha kameshvakutu halanam kamana pihatum Kushamamata samash Seva satyam cha kameshvakutu halanam kamana pihatum Kushamamata mabada piha Seva satyam cha kameshvakutu halanam kamana pihatum Kushamamata mabada piha Seva satyam cha kameshvakutu halanam kamana pihatum Kushamamata mavada piha Jinyayang Vipatakamini Kama samambata siddhatva Kameshva badam hya hyupaiti Jinyayang Vipatakamini Jinyayang Vipatakamini Kama samambata siddhatva Jinyayang fuckers right there. It's fucking harasser. Fucking piece of shit. Harasser. Jinyayang Vipatakamini Kama samampata siddhateshu Kameshu padam hyupaitim Jinyayang Vipatakamini Kama samampata siddhateshu Kameshu padam hyupaitim Madadakaryam kurute na karyam yena kushato durgati mapyupaitim Madadakaryam kurute na karyam yena kushato durgati mapyupaitim Madadakaryam kurute na karyam yena kushato durgati mapyupaitim Yatanena labutah pare Yatanena labutah parirakushvitang shichang ya vipralapya pratiyananti phuyah Yatanena labutah parirakushvitang shichang ya vipralapya Yatanena labutah parirakushvitang shichang ya vipralapya Yatanena labutah parirakushvitang shichang ya vipram Stupid fucking rapist piece of shit. Right there. Yatanena labutah Yatanena labata bari rako shwitan shicham. Okay, is that fucker back? What is it? What is his name? Chaitanya Prabhu. Should I just... Okay, I'm just gonna ban that fucker. That's what I'm gonna do. Report. Harassment. This is harassing me. Report. Hide user on my channel. Okay. You're gone, dude. I'm not sorry. Chaitanya Prabhu 357, you piece of shit. Fucking piece of shit. Probably like he's probably a brown fucking piece of shit. Chaitanya Prabhu is a brown piece of shit. That fucking brown piece of shit. Okay. Suvasatyam cha kameshvakutu halanam kaman vihatum kashamamatamabadu. Suvasatyam cha kameshvakutu halanam kaman vihatum kashamamatamabadu. Suvasatyam cha kameshvakutu halanam kaman vihatum kashamamatamabadu. Jinyaya vipatakamini kama samapata siddhateshu kamesha padam hyopaiti. Jinyaya vipatakamini kama samapata pata. 들어줘야 될 필 닮아 피라는 비단아. 들어줘야 될 필도 닐필 닮아. Okay, backing up. 우그라 유탕시자 우그라 유트렀다 유토피 우그라 유타시자 우그라 트렀다. Fucking brown piece of shit. Ugura Yutashi Ugura yeah, that piece of fucking brown piece of fucking shit. That fucking brown piece of fucking brown piece of shit. Ugura Yutashi Jagura Trata Utopi Yashwam Gurate Murutiyumava Pishamate Jinantapi Desha Mashivang Bataya Jinantapi Desha Mashivang Bataya Tadabratinam Kim Punarabratanam Jinantapi Desha Mashivang Bataya Tadabratinam Jinantapi Desha Mashivang Jinantapi Desha Mashivang Bataya Tadabratinam Kim Punarabratanam Jinantapi Desha Mashivang Jinantapi Desha Mashivang Bataya Tadabratina Jinantapi Desha Mashivang Bataya Tadabratinam Kim Punarabratanam Sebada Marapam Pishoyashu Matavai Samyo Janata Kasha Matarapati Mavan Sebada Marapam Pishoyashu Matavai 萨弥尤迦诺德盖小麦德罗波提米万。舍瓦达玛雷舍瓦达玛雷班比丘耶稣马德王萨弥尤迦诺德盖小麦德罗波提米万。舍瓦达玛雷班比丘耶稣马德王萨弥尤迦诺德盖小麦德罗波提米万。舍瓦达玛雷班比丘耶稣马德王萨弥尤迦诺德盖小麦德罗波提米万。萨德皮亚是讲该行么？萨德皮亚是讲该行尼亚当讲邦嘎呵嘎玛三吉娘尼切玛萨萨达。格鲁学的皮泰玛皮拉能比当能嘎玛德玛嘎能讲尼夏米亚多卡么？格鲁学的皮泰玛皮拉能比当能嘎玛德嘎。格鲁学的皮泰玛皮拉能比当能嘎。格鲁学的皮泰玛皮格鲁学的皮泰玛皮拉能比当能。格鲁学的皮泰玛皮拉格鲁学的皮泰玛皮拉能比当能嘎玛德玛嘎能讲尼夏米亚多卡么？是瓦是天讲嘎么是瓦古杜哈拉能。是瓦是天讲嘎么是瓦古杜哈拉能嘎玛呢比哈杜格什玛玛的玛巴的皮呵格什玛玛的玛巴的皮呵。是瓦是天讲嘎么是瓦古杜哈拉能嘎玛呢比哈杜格什玛玛的玛巴的皮呵。是瓦是天讲嘎么是瓦古杜哈。是瓦是天讲嘎么是瓦古杜哈拉。是瓦是天讲嘎么是瓦古杜哈拉能嘎玛呢比哈杜格什玛玛的玛巴的皮格什玛玛的玛巴的皮呵格什玛玛的玛巴的皮呵。是瓦是天讲嘎么是瓦古杜哈拉能嘎玛呢比哈杜格什玛玛的玛巴的皮呵。今年样比巴的嘎米尼嘎玛萨门巴的西的特殊嘎么是马达姆有白丁。今年样比巴的嘎米尼嘎玛萨门巴的西的特殊嘎么是马达姆有白丁。今年样比巴的嘎米尼今年样比巴的嘎米尼嘎今年样比巴的嘎米尼嘎玛萨门巴的提的三巴的提的是特殊。今年样比巴的嘎米尼嘎玛萨门巴的是的。今年样比巴的嘎米尼嘎玛萨门巴的是的特殊嘎么是马达姆有白丁。今年样比巴的嘎米尼嘎玛萨门巴的今年样比巴的嘎米尼嘎玛萨门巴的是的特殊嘎么是马达姆有白丁。马达达嘎阿里安古鲁德 Madadakaryam kurute na karyam yena kushato dulgati mapyupaiti yatunena labutah parirakushuitang shichan ye piparalapya pratiyananti puyah yatunena labutah pariraku yatunena labutah parirakushuitang shichan ye piparalapya piparam yatunena labutah parirakushuitang shichan ye yatunena labutah parirakushuitang shichan ye vipralapya pratiyananti puyah yatunena labutah parirakushuitang shichan ye vipralapya pratiyananti puyah Deshivat mavane yachita kopameshu kameshu vidavanihan ko rametam Deshivat mavane yachita kopam Deshivat mavane yachita kopameshu kameshu vidavanihan ko rametam Anambishuya jadaya jatadal Anambishuya jadaya jatadalshu yanatya janantah pariyananti dvakam Anambishuya jadaya jatadalshu yanatya janantah pariyananti dvakam Loke dranoe drkanda drshashwa dashu kameshu kasyat mavato ratiha syat Loke dranotagada gasam Loke dranotagasam Loke Loke dranotagada all the demons are here. Loke dranotagam drshashwa Loke dranotagam Loke dranotagasa drshashwa dashu kameshu kasyat mavato ratiha syat Anatama vananto hrati yayavida shita vinashamai chananti na yananti shaimai anatama vananto hrati yayavida shita anatama vananto hrati yayavida shita vinashamai chananti Anatama vananto hrati yayvidashita Anatama vananto hrati yayvidashita vinashamachananti Anatama vananto hrati yayvidashita Anatama vananto hrati yayvidashita Vinashamalchananti na yananti Shaimam. Anatamabananto Huradi Yalvidashita. Anatamabananto Huradi. Anatamabananto Huradi Yalvidashita. Vinashamalchananti na yananti Shaimam. Guru the Taugara Salpa Parati Mesha Dasha Kamesha Kasyato Mavato Gratiha Syata. Loke Drunotel Norel Loke Drunorel Ka Sadru Shesha Loke Drunotel Drunorel Loke Drunorel Ka Sadru Shesha Desha Kamesha Kasyat Mavato Ratiha Syat Mavananto Huradi Yalvidashita Bina Shamalchananti na yananti Shalma. Mavananto Huradi Yalvidashita Bina Shamalchananti na yananti Shalma. Guru the Taugara Salpaim Guru the Taugara Salpa Prati Mesh Guru the Taugara Salpaprati Guru the Taugara Salpaprati Meshu Deshu Kameshu Kasyat Mavato Ratiha Syat. Asati Gushutai Asati Gushutai Dang Asati Gushutai Dang Asati Gushutai Dang Iva Sarameyang Pogotavapi Yananaiva Pavananti Durputang. Asati Gushutai Dang Asati Gushutai Dang Iva Sarameyang Pogotavapi Yananaiva Pavananti Durputang. Asati Gushutai Dang Asati Gushutai Dang Iva Sarameyang Pogotavapi Yananaiva Pavananti Durputang. Jilna Sati Gangarai Galam Sameshim. From the arrow again. Asati Gushutai Dang Iva Sarameyang Pogotavapi Yananaiva Pavananti Durputang. Jilna Sati Gangarai Jilna Sati Gangarai Jilna Sati Gangalam Sameshim. Jilna Sati Gangala Sameshu Deshu Kameshu Kasyat Mavato Ratiha Syat. Jilna Sati Gangala Sameshu Deshu Jilna Sati Gangala Sameshu Deshu Kameshu Kasyat Mavato Ratiha Syat. Ye Raja Chauro Dakam Baba Kepyaha Satara Nataba Juvayananti Dokama. Ye Raja Chauro Dakapa Baba Kepyaha. Ye Raja Chauro Dakam. Ye Raja Chauro Dakapa Kep. Ye Raja Chauro Dakapa Kepyaha Satara Nataba Juvayananti Dokama. Ye Raja Chauro Dakapa Ye Raja Chauro Dakapa Kepya. Ye Raja Chauro Dakapa Ye Raja Chauro Dakapa Kepya. Ye Raja Chauro Dakapa Kepya. Ye raja chao roda kapa ba ke pya. Ye raja chao roda kapa ba ke pya he sa thara natu va jayananti tuakam. Ye raja chao roda kapa ba ke pya. Ye raja chao roda kapa ba ke pya he. Ye raja chao roda kapa ba ke pya he. I have a time limit for this thing, 2 hours. Ye raja chao roda kapa ba ke pya he. Sa thara natu va jayananti. Na jayananti tuakam. Ye raja chao roda kapa ba ke. Ye raja chao roda kapa ba ke pya he. Sa thara natu va jayanan. Sa thara natu va jayanan yananti. Sa thara natu va jana yananti. Jana yananti. Sa thara natu va jana yananti. Ye raja chao roda kapa ba ke pya. Ye raja chao roda kapa ba ke pya. Ye raja chao roda kapa ba ke. Ye raja chao roda kapa ba ke pya he. Sa thara natu va jana yananti tuhakam. Deshu pravidha misha sananishpe. Shu kameshu kasyat mavato ratiha syat. Deshu pravidha misha sananipeshu kameshu kasyat mavato. Deshu pravid. Deshu pravidha misha sananipeshu kameshu kasyat mavato ratiha syat. Yatra satitana mapito pipatatiha shaturoha sakashadapi vanantavepyaha. Himsurasha dashava yanatom yatanum. Pameshu kameshu kasyat mavato ratiha syat. Himsurasha dashava yatanum. Himsurasha dashava yatanum. Himsurasha dashava yatano shiva shipnopameshu. Okay, is that fucker still here? That fucker? Chaitanya Prabhu 357. Whoever that is a rapist and or a murderer. I swear by God. That's the only way they show themselves through what I'm doing. Himsurashu Deshava Yatanopameshu Kam. Himsurashu Deshava Yatanopameshu. Himsurashu Deshava Yatanopameshu Kameshu Kasyat Mavato Ratiha Syat. Girão, pane, girão, pane, cha pusu, cha sagare, cha yada pramcha, malchanan tia pirang은 kamanahe. Yada pram shamalchana tia pirangın kamanahe. Girão pane cha busu cha sagare cha. Yada pram shamalchana tianan pa cha tia. Yada pram shamalchana tia pirangın kamanahe. Girão pane cha busu cha sagare cha. Yada pram Girão pane cha busu cha sagare. Girão pane cha busu cha sagare cha. Yada pram shamalchana 말자는 띠암. Girão pane cha busu cha sagare cha. Yada pram shamalchana tia pirangın kamanahe. Girão pane. Girão pane. Girão pane cha busu cha sagare cha. Yada pram shamalchana tia pirangın kamanahe. Almost. Girão pane cha busu cha sa. Girão pane cha busu cha sagare. Girão cha. Sorry. Girão. Namaste. I'm just afraid of this fucking shithead. What's his fucking name? Prabhu Chaitanya Prabhu 357. I hope he goes to hell. I hope that he goes to hell. Messed me up. He fucking messed me up. Like, can you read this? Can anybody else read this in Aryan Sanskrit? The answer is no. Girão pane cha busu cha sagare cha. Yada pram shamalchana tia pirangın kamanahe. Almost. Nobody else. They could say in some stupid Hindi shit, like messed up Hindi pronunciation, but they cannot ever, brown people cannot ever say Aryan Sanskrit. Girão pane cha busu cha sagare cha. Yada pram shamalchana tia pirangın kamanahe. Almost. Girão pane cha busu cha sagare. Girão pane cha busu cha sagare cha. Yada pram shamalchana tia pirangın kamanahe. Deshu Duruma pragra paloma pamesha kamesha kasyat mavato ratiha syat. Deshu broma drumai. Deshu duruma prime. Deshu duruma pragra palopamesha kamesha kasyat mavato ratiha syat. Deshu duruma pragra palopam. Deshu bro. Deshu duruma pragra palopameshu ka. Deshu duruma pragra palopameshu kameshu kasyat mavato ratiha syat. Dil thai her prayatanai bibitaira pa putang her kushonwana ya na shamiha prayananti. Dil thai her prayatanai bibitaira pa putang her kushonwana te na shamiha prayananti. Dil thai her prayatanai bibitaira pa. Dil thai her prayatanai bibitaira pa putang her kushonwana ya na shamiha prayananti. Almost. Til thai her prayatanai vivitaira babada her kushonwana ye na shamiha parayanantim. Sevapanopa program, Sevapanopa program, Sevapanopa program prati, Sevapanopa program prati meshu teshuka meshu kasyata mavatorati hasyata. Sevapanopa program prati meshu. Sevapanopa program prati meshu teshuka meshu kasyata mavatorati hasyata. All right. Yeah, if you're not for me, get off this fucking channel. If you're not for God, get off this fucking channel right now. Thank you. This is what God would say. God would rather have nobody at all than have one fucking evil person on the planet. That's from God, not me. So if you're against God, get the fuck off my channel. Because not only are you gonna die, your whole race is in jeopardy. And that's from God. How fucking dare you to say something negative to a person whom you've never fucking met? Unless you're a fucking demon. Fucking demon. Fucking demon. If you say fucking demon enough, they get hurt so bad that they have to commit suicide. Fucking demon. Okay, here we go. Shloka 30. Sevapanopa program. Sevapanopa program pratimesh. Sevapanopa program. Sevapanopa program pratimeshu teshu kameshu kasyata mavato ratiha syat. Not good enough for my standard. Sevapanopa. Yeah, I wish this world didn't have any rapists. I wish this world didn't have any fucking murderers. Because they get in my way whenever I say this shit right here. They fucking go ape. They fucking chimp out. These fucking rapists and fucking murderers. They just chimp out. I'm pretty sure this, Chaitanya Prabhu 357 is a murderer and a rapist at the same time. Just the nature of Aryan Samskrita. If you don't know what Aryan Samskrita is, you're a fucking demon. For starters, you could go better, but you're starting. If you don't know Aryan Samskrita, you're a fucking demon. Here we go. Shloka 30 again. Almost 33, 1/3 done. I'm not happy. It's been 4 hours. It's gonna take me like 8 hours now. Sevapu nopa poga prati. Sevapu nopa pogam. No sevapu. Sevapu nopa poga prati meshu. Teshu kameshu. Kasyat mavato ratiha syat. Yanalchayitvan na yananti shaima vivaltayitvan paripalayitvan. Yanalchayitvan na yananti shaima vivaltayitvan. Yanalchayitvan na yananti shaima vivaltay. Yanalchayitvan na yananti shaima na yani na yana cham. Yanalchayitvan Yanalchayitvan fucking brown people, man. Fucking brown people. Fucking brown people, man. Anarchayitvan na yananti shaima vivaltayitvan paripalayitvan. Angara kaisha pratimeshu teshu kameshu kasyat mavato ratiha syat. Angara kaisha pratimeshu teshu kameshu kasyat mavato ratiha syat. Vinashami yuha kuravu maraltam Gurushunuyan takane maitila danandakan shacham. Vinashami yuha kuravu yadaltam Gurushunuyan Vinashami yuha suravom kuravu. Vinashami yuha kurabo yadaltam. Vinashami yuha kurabo yadaltam. Purushunuyan takang maitiladan dakan shacham. Shulang sikang shirta prati meshu teshu kameshu kasyat mavato ratiha syat. Sunandopa sunanda basurao yadaltamanyo nyanmanyo nyabaira pati saratao finish bina shutao. Sunandopa sunanda basurao yadaltam. Sunandopa sunanda basurao yadaltamanyo nyabaira pati saratao bina shutao. Sauhal da bishuloksha karasha. Sauhal da bishule Sauhal da bishulasha karasha. Sauhal da bishulasha karasha. Sauhal da bishule. Okay, I have to back up one sentence. So this is how I know. If I can't say the next sentence, that means something's wrong with whatever I just said, the previous one. Sunandopa sunanda basurao. Sunandopa sunanda basurao. Yadaltamanyo nyabayras param prasaratam. Vinashato. Sunandopa sunanda basurao. Yadaltamanyo nyam. Sunandopa sunanda basurao. Sunandopa sunanda basurao. Yadaltamanyo nyabayra prasaratam. Sunandopa sunanda basurao. Yadaltamanyo nyabayra sapram. 수는도빠 바수라요 야들탐 수는도빠 바수라요 야들탐 아니오니아 바이라 프라수르땅 수르땅 비나시땅 수는도빠 바수라요 야들탐 아니오니아 바이라 프라수르땅 수는도빠 바수라요 야들탐 아니오니아 바이라 프라수르땅 수는도빠 바수라요 수는도빠 바수라요 야들탐 아니오니아 바이라 프라수르땅 비나시땅 수는도빠 바수라요 야들탐 아니오니아 바이라 프라수르땅 비나시땅 Sauhal da Vishlesha Kareshu Teshu Kameshu Kasyat Mavato Ratiha Syat Kamananta Samjinya Karapaya Ma Ke Cha Karabya Tisu. I have to back up one. Sauhal da Vishlesha Kareshu Teshu Kameshu Kasyat Mavato Ratiha Syat Kamananta Samjinya Karapaya Pa Ke Cha Karabya Tisu Natamana Mihota Sarajananti. Kamananta Samjinya Karapaya Pe Ka Cham Pa Ke Cham Kamananta Samjinya Karapaya Pa Ke Cha Karabya Tisu Natamana Mihota Sarajananti. Sapatana Phu Deshava Visheshwa Desha Kamesha Kasyat Mavato Ratiha Syat Shiveshu Sapatana Phu Deshava Visheshwa Sapatana Phu Deshava Shiveshu Sapatana Phu Deshava Shiveshu. Jesus fucking Christ. Deshu Kameshu Kasyat Mavato Ratiha Syat. Okay. Sapatana Phu Deshava Shiveshu Deshu. Sapatana Phu Deshava Shiveshu. Sapatana Phu Deshava Shiveshu Deshu Kameshu Kasyat Mavato Ratiha Syat Kamananta Samjinya Karapanam Karoti Prapnoti Tuhakam Matha Manantanadi. Kamananta Samjinya Karapanam Karoti Prapnoti Tuhakam Matha Manantanadi. Shloka 34. Kamananta Samjinya Karapanam Karoti Prapnoti Tuhakam Matha Manantanadi. Once more. Kamananta Samjinya Kamananta samjinyah karapanam karoti prapunoti tuakam vatamanantanadi. What the fuck is going on? Here we go. Kamananta samjinyah karapanam karoti prapunoti tuakam vatamanantanadi. Kamananta samjinyah karapanam karoti prapunoti tuakam vatamanantanadi. Kamananta samjinyah karapanam karoti prapunoti tuakam vatamanantanadi. Kamal tamasha karapanasutapasavi Murtiyushama Shramam Murtiyushramam Jai Hasti Jai Hati Jivalokem Jai Hati. Kamal tamasha karapanasutapan Savi Kamal tamasha karapanasutapasavi Murtiyushramam Jai Hati Jivalokem. Kamal tamasha karapanasutapasavi Murtiyushramam Jai Hati Jivalokem. Kitai harayanante hi murugan pataya rupai tamaganao shalapah patananti. Matusio kiratia yasamami sholti tasama danaitam bishoyang palananti. Matusio kiratia yasamami sholti tasama danaitam naitam. Matusio kiratia Matusio kiratia yasamami sholti tasama danaitam bishoyang palananti. Kama sutu pogang iti yanamatam siada pogia na kachita pariganuya manah. Kama sutu pogang iti yanamatam siada pogia na kachita pariganuya manah. Kama sutu pogang iti yanamatam siada pogia na kachite pari. Kama sutu pogang iti yanamatam siada pogia na kachite pariganuya manah. Pasatradayo dravyaguna hi loke tuaka pratikara prat iti pratarya. Pasatradayo dravyaguna hi loke tuaka pratikara iti pratarya. Yashitam hi dasha prashamayam yatasham te doyam. Backing up one sentence. Yeah, I wish I were never harassed. That's my only wish. Because, if you're a rapist or a murderer, you will say all the fucking bad things about me. That's just the truth of it. So, From my point of view, I wish rapists and murderers never fucking existed, period. Vasudranadayo dravyaguna hi loke tukha pratikara iti prataryaha. Vasudranadayo dravyaguna hi loke tukha pratikara iti prataryaha. Vasudranadayo dravyaguna hi loke tukha pratikara iti prataryaha. Ishitam hi dasha prashamaya toyam kushunana shate shahetora shanam tataivam. Kushunana shahetora shanam kushunana shahetora shanam kushunana shahetora shanam. Ishitam hi dasha prashamaya toyam kushunana hetora shanam kushunana hetora shanam kushunana hetora shanam kushunana hetora shanam tataivam. Ishitam hi dasha prashamaya toyam kushunana shahetora shanam kushunana shahetora shanam. Ishitam hi dasha prashamaya toyam kushunana shahetora shanam tataivam. Ishitam hi dasha prashamaya toyam kushunana shahetora shanam tataivam. Vata tapamambu varanoya peshama kaupina shita varanoya pasaha. Vata tapamambu varanoya varanoya veshama kaupina shita varanoya pasaha. Nidra vikhataya tataiva chayam yanam tatha tvashrama shanaya naya tatha tvashramana shanaya tatha tvashramana shanaya. Nidra vikhataya tataiva chayam yanam tatha tvashramana shanayam. Nidra vikhataya tataiva chayam yanam tatha tvashramana shanayam. Tatha sanam satana vinodanaya sananam murajarogya balashrayayam. Tatha sanam satana vinodanaya tatha sanam satana vinodam tatha sanam satana vinodanaya snanam tatha sanam satana vinodanaya snanam murajarogya balashrayayam. Dukha prati kara nimitta bhuta satasmata pratijanam vishaya na bhogyah. Once more. Dukha prati kara. Okay, I have to back up one sentence. Halfway, almost halfway through. It's gonna be like never ending. I wish I never got harassed. Tatha sanam sthana vinodanaya. Tatha sanam sthana vinodanaya snanam urjarogya balashrayayam. Duhaka prati kara nimitta bhuta satasmata brajanam vishaya na bhogyah. I'll say it again. Duhaka prati kara nimitta bhuta satasmai. Duhaka prati Duhaka prati kara nimitta bhuta satasmata prajanam vishaya na bhogyah. Ashanami bhoganiti ko pyupayata prajñah pratikara vitam pravaratana. Ashanami bhoganiti Ashanami bhoganiti ko pyupayata prajñah. Halfway through now. It's gonna be forever. Ashanami bhoganiti ko pyu. Ashanami bhoganiti ko pyupaya. Ashanami bhoganiti ko pyu. Ashanami bhoganiti ko pyupayata prajñah pratikara vitam pravaratana. Ashanami bhoganiti ko bhogam. Ashanami bhoganiti ko pyupayata prajñah pratikara vitam pravaratana. Ashanami bhoganiti ko pyupayata prajñah pratikara vitam pravaratana. Once more. I just wanted a safe place where I could read these things without being harassed. To counteract their fucking harassing, I have to drink, and now I'm not in a good place. I hate it. I fucking hate this fucking pattern. There's fucking demons who cannot listen to what I'm reading right now. Whoever is not comfortable with hearing what I'm reading right now, they should be in hell. Why? Because you're a fucking rapist. You're a fucking murderer. That's why. Otherwise, you will be okay with what I'm doing. And that's my point. So many rapists in this world. So many fucking murderers in this world. Ashanami bhoganiti ko pyupayata prajñah Pratikarabhitao Pravaratana Ashanami Bhoganiti Gopyopayat Prajnaha Pratikarabhitao Pravaratana Yah Pitadahena Vidahyamanaha Shitakariyam Bhoga iti Vyavasyat Yah Pitadahena Vidahyamanaha Shitakariyam Yah Pitadahena Yah Pitadahena Yah Pitadahena Vidahyamanaha Shitakariyam Bhoga iti Vyavasyat Yah Pitadahena Yah Pitadahena Vidahyamanaha Shitakariyam Bhoga iti Vyavasyat Dukha Pratikarabhitao Pravaratataha Kameshu Kuriyata Sa Hi Bhoga Samjinyam Kameshvanaikananti Katang Ja Yasyada Yasmada Stopi Yasmada Topi Metashu Na Bhoga Samjinyam Kameshvanaikan Kameshvanaikan Kameshvanaikananti Katang Ja Yasmada Topi Kameshvanaikananti Katang Kameshvanaikananti Katang Kameshvanaikananti Katikam Kameshvanaikananti Katang Ja Yasmada Topi Kameshvanaikananti Katang Ja Yasmada Topi Metashu Na Bhoga Samjinyam. Once again. Yeah, heaven for me is where I could say these things without being fucking harassed by fucking brown people. Kameshvanaikananti Katang Kameshvanaikananti Katang Ja Yasmada Topi Metashu Na Bhoga Samjinyam. Alright, is that fucker still there? I hope I banned him. Did I ban him? Chaitanya Prabhu 357. Oh yeah, I hear him. Okay, whatever. That's cool. I should have done that out more. I did not see that coming. Kameshvanaikananti Katang Ja Yasmada Topi Kameshvanaikananti Kati Kameshvanaikananti Katang Kameshvanaikananti Katang Ja Yasmada Topi Metashu Na Bhoga Samjinyam Ya Eva Pava Hi Sukham Tishananti Ta Eva Duakam Punarabahananti. Guru Nui Pasam Siag Guru Nui Pasam Sia Guru Nui Jaiva Sukhaya Shite Yasukaya Kaime Janandram Shata Shavim Janandram Shavash Janandana Mevim Janandram Shavim Janandram Shavash Janandamevam Janandana Meva Joshanua Sukhaya Dvakaya Pavanati Shitem Janandram Shavash Janandam Janandram Shavash Janandaman Janandanem Janandram Shavash Janandram Shavash Janandanam Janandram Shavash Janandaname Janandram Shavash Janandaname. Okay, I have to back up one shloka. About 35 shlokas to go. I should have been done like 3 hours ago. It is what it is, folks. If I were in a white people's building, I would have been done 3.5 hours ago. They don't know how to not harass. They fucking don't know how to not harass other people. It's not in their nature. It's not in their DNA. They have to harass other people. They have to. They don't know how to deal otherwise. That's who they are. It's fucking brown people. Guru Nui Pasam Sia Guru Siam Guru Nui Pasam Sia Guru Nui Jaivan Guru Nui Pasam Sia Guru Nui Pasam Sia Guru Nui Jaiva Sukhaya Shite Yasukaya Kaime Janandram Shishava Janandram Janandram Shavash Janandanameva Vishnu Sukhaya Tuhakaya Pavanati Shitem. Once more. Janandram Shavash Janandanameva Janandram Shavasha Janandram Shavash Janandanameva Janandram Shavash Janandaname Janandana Janandram Shash Janandanameva Vishnu Sukhaya Tuhakaya Pavanati Shitem Devanandavani Saivasya Yataha Prasakatam Nyala Pala Pya Lapa Pratini Lokam. I have to back up one sentence from the arrow. I wish nobody harassed me. I fucking wish nobody fucking harassed me. That's my fucking wish. I should have been done 3 hours ago at least. With the whole fucking shit, you know? I hate being harassed. I hope their entire fucking race dies. Extinction forever and ever and ever. You can't live out. There's no life. These people hate life. Janandaram Shabasha Janandanam Janandam Shajab Samish Janandaram Shabasha Janandanam Evam Janandaram Shabasha Janandanam Evam Vishnu Sukhaya Tuha Janandaram Shabasha Janandanam Evam Vishnu Sukhaya Tuhakaya Pavananti Shitem Devanandavani Saivasya Yataha Parasagatani Ala La Pala Pai Prapratini Lokam Devanandavani Saivasya Yataha Parasagatani Ala La Pai Palam Nyala Pala Pai Prapratini Lokam Prasagata Nyala Pala Prapratini Lokam Devanandavani Saivasya Yataha Prasagata Nyala Pala Prapratini Lokam Atopi Naikananta Sukho Sati Kasachena Naikananta Duhakaha Purushaha Prashutvivyama Prashutvivyama. It's a little fuzzy, but I think I know what it means. Yeah, this is digital Sanskrit. Atopi Naikana Dasukho Sati Atopi Naikana Dasukho Sati Kasachena Naikana Dantua Kaha Purusha Prashutvivyama. Atopi Naikana Dasukho Sati Kasachena Naikana Dwakaha Purushaha Pratvivyama. Okay. Atopi Naikana Dasukho Sati Atopi Naikana Dasukho Sati Kasachena Naikana Dwakaha Purushaha Pratvivyama. Atopi Naikana Dasukho Sati Kasachena Naikana Dwakaha Purushaha Pratvivyama. Atopi Naikana Dasukho Sati Atopi Naikana Dasukho Sati Kasachena Naikana Dwakaha Atopi Naikana Dasukho Atopi Naikana Dasukho Sati Atopi Naikana Dasukho Sati Kasachena Naikana Dwakaha Purushaha Pratvivyama. I'm gonna take a 2-minute break. Thank you. Alright, once again, tweet. Atopi naikana tasukho sati kasachana naikana taduakaha purushaha pratvisipyama kasachana naikana tahadua taduhakaha. Atopi naikana tasukho sati kasachana naikana duhakaha. Atopi naikana tasukho sati kasachana naikana tatuhakaha purushaha pratvisipyama. Atopi naikana tasukho sati kasachana naikana duhakaha. Atopi naikana tasukho. Atopi naikana tasukho sati kasachana naikana duhakaha purushaha pratvisipyama. Atopi naikana tasukho sati kasachana naikana duhakaha. Atopi naikana tasukho sati kasachana naikana duhakaha purushaha pratvisipyama. Almost. It's hard living around rapists and murderers. You have to deport. You have to deport the third world. You have to deport the third world. Otherwise, you have no America, period. Like, I cannot do what I'm doing right now because of fucking third world people. I'm serious. Because they can't stand this shit. They have to fucking harass me, make noises, and make fucking monkey fucking noises. Not pretty noises. Never, ever pretty noises. Fucking monkey chimping out. Fucking brown pieces of shit. Atopi naikana tasukho sati kasachana naikana taduhakaha purushaha pratvisipyama. Yeah, it's gonna take me forever because of fucking brown fucking pieces of shit. If there were no brown pieces of shit around me, I could have gotten this through like a long time ago. 3 hours ago, to be exact. But because I'm surrounded by brown pieces of shit, it's gonna take me forever. Atopi naikana tasukho sati kasachana naikana taduhakaha purushaha pratvisipyama. Darashitavang ja mishram sukhaduhakatam me rajyam ja dasyam ja matam samanam. Darashitavang ja mishram sukhaduhakatam me rajyam ja dasyam ja matam samanam. Nityam hasatyeva hi naiva rajang na japi sanantapyata eva dasaha. Once again. Nityam hasatyeva hi naiva rajang na japi sanantapyata eva dasaha. Once more. Nityam hasatieva hi naiva raja na japi sanantapyata eva dasaha. Okay, Shloka 45. And what the fuck is going on right now? Stupid pieces of shit. Stupid pieces of shit. Just a lot of humans in this world right now are just pieces of shit. They're just shit. Shit is better than some humans right now. Okay, Shloka 45. Jinya Nirapata Vepya Tikati Yasamata Mahanati Tokanyata Eva Rajnyaha. Jinya Nirapata Ven Jinya Nirapata Vepya Tikati Yasamata Mahanati Tokanyata Eva Rajnyaha. Once more. Jinya Nirapata Jinya Nirapata Vepyatikati Jinya Nirapata Jinya Nirapata Vepyatikati Yasamata Mahanati Dvakanyata Eva Rajnyaha. Sangangaka Shirtha Pratimo Hi Raja Lokasya Hetoha Parikedameti. Once again, from the arrow. Sangangaka Shirtha Pratimo Sangangaka Shirtha Pratimo Hi Raja Lokasya Hetoha Parikedameti. Sangangaka Shirtha Pratimo Sangangaka Shirtha Pratimo Hi Rajan Lokasya Hetoha Parikedameti. Rangye Nirapata Satyagini Banganga Mitra Pishavanga Sama Gajati Jadavi Pananaha. Rangye Nirapasatyagini Rangye Nirapasatyagini Banganga Mitra Rangye Nirapasatyagini Rangye Nirapasatyagini Banganga Mitra Pishaba Sama Gajati Veda Vipananaha Jadavi Pananaha. Once again. Rangye Nirapasatyagini Banganga Mitra Pishaba Sama Gajati Rangye Nirapasatyagini Banganga Mitra Pishaba Sama Gajati Veda Vipananaha Jadavi Pananaha. Once again. Rangye Nirapasatyagini Banganga Mitra Pishava Sama Gajati Veda Vipananaha Jadavi. I keep saying bad. Rangye Nirapasatyagini Banganga Mitra Pishava Sama Gajati Jadavi Pananaha Atapi Pisharam Papmupaiti. Atapi Pisharam Pamupaiti Naha Kim Nama Saukyam Jakitasya Rajinyaha. Jakitasya Rajinyaha. I'm a little tired now. Atapi Bisharamapamu. Atapi Bisharamapamu Paiti Naha Kim Nama Saukyam. Jakitasya Rajinyaha. Jakitasya Raja. Once again. Atapi Bisharamam Paiti. Atapi Bisharamam Paiti Naha Kim Nama Saukyam Jakitasya Rajinyaha. Yadang Ja Jitavat Yadang Ja Jitavapi Mahim Samagram Pasaya Durashatam Puramekamevaim. Yadang Ja Jitavapi Mahim Samagram Pasaya Durashatam Puramekamevaim. Tatrapi Jaikam Pavanam Dishwebyam Shramaha Paralte Nanu Raja Pavaha. Tatrapi Jaikam Pavanam Dishwebyam. Tatrapi Jaikam Pavanam Dishwebyam. Tatrapi Jaikam Pavanam. Tatrapi Jaikam Pavanam Dishwebyam Shramaha Paralte Nanu Raja Pavaha. Tatrapi Jaikam Pavanam Dishwebyam Tatrapi Jaikam Pavanam Dishwebyam. That's a problem. Dishwebyam. Tatrapi Jaikam Pavanam Dishwebyam. Tatrapi Jaikam Pavanam Dishwebyam Shramaha Paralte Nanu Raja Pavaha. Rajiopi Panse Yugamekamevan Kushita Sananirotaya Tatana Namatram Chayang Tataika Sanamevkamevan Sheshwa Bisheshwa Nirpate Madayam Chayang Tataika Sanamekamevan Chayang Tataika Sanamekamevan. I have to back up one sentence. It's almost like a curse now. '71. That's the last shloka. I'm at 48. Shayang Tataika Sanameka. Shayang Tataika Sanameka Mevan. Shayang Tataika Sanameka Mevan. Shayang Tataika Sanameka Mevan. Shayang Tataika Sanameka Mevan Sheshwa. Shayang Bisheshwa Nirpate Madayam. 48, once again, shloka, sentence 2, shloka 48. I just wish I wasn't surrounded by rapists. I wish I wasn't surrounded by murderers. Otherwise, you can't read this shit. I should have been done 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago. Shayang Tataika Sanam Mekameva. Shayang Tataika Sanameka. Shayang Tataika Sanameka. I hate being harassed. Shayang Tataika Sanameka Sheshwa Bisheshwa Nirpate Madayam. Once more. Shayang Tataikam Sanamekamevam. Shayang Tataika Sanamekamevam. Shayang Tataika Sanamekamevam. Sheshwa Bisheshwa Nirupate Madayam. Durashudwil Tametacham Palam Yadi Shita Muratapi Yadi Shita Muratapi Rajana Mama Durashudwi Rasati Durashudwi Rasati Dushudwil Tamet Metancham Dushudwil Duyal Dushudwil Tametacham Dushudwil Ta Duyal Dushudwil Duyal Dushudwil Duyal Dushudwil Tam Dushudwil Tametacham Dushudwil Tametacham Dushudwil Duyal Dushudwil Tametacham Palam Dushudwil Duyal Dushudwil Tametacham Dushudwil Tametacham Palam Yadi Shita Muratapi Rajana Mama Dushudwi Rasati Dushudwi Rasati. Once again, Shloka 49. I wish I were not. I wish I was not surrounded by rapists and fucking murderers. You can't read this thing, unless your environment has to be surrounded by people who are childlike. I hate rapists. I hate murderers. Dushudwil Tametacham Dushudwil Tametacham Dushudwil Tametacham. Yeah, I can't say it. It's so hard. And fucking rapist is responding to my call. As usual. I have noticed all the patterns now. Dushudwil Tametacham Palam Dushudwil Tametacham Dushudwil Tametacham Tachacham Dushudwil Tametacham Palam Yadi Shita Mutapi Muratapi Rajana Mama Dushudwil Rasati Dushudwil Tametacham Palam Yadi Shita Muratapi Rajana Mama Dushudwil Rasati Dushudel Jan Satyam Purushasya Loke Salve Bisheshwa Nanu Binil Bishaha Binil Nilbisheshwaha Nilbisheshaha. Dushudel Jan Satyam Purushasya Loke Salve Bisheshwa Nanu Nilbisheshwaha. Tanana Sati Kamana. Okay, backing up one sentence. 22 shlokas left. I should have been done fucking 4 hours ago if it weren't fucking for the stupid brown pieces of shit. Dushudel Jan Satyam Purushasya Loke Salve Bisheshwa Nanu Nilbisheshwaha. Tanana Sati Kamana Prati Samuprataryaha Kushwame Shivam Maiga Manu Prapananaha Maiga Manu Prapananaha. Tanana Sati Kamana Prati Samuprataryaha Kushwame Shivam Maiga Manu Prapananaha. Almost. Shloka 50. 22 left. Yay. Tanana Sati Kamana prati samprata ariyah kushwame shivam maegamanu prapananah maegamanu prapananah. Okay, once again. Tananasati kamana prati samprata. Tananasati kamana prati samprata ariyah kushwame shivam maegamanu prapananah. Almost. Maegamanu prapananah. Tananasati kamana prati samprata ariyah. Tananasati kamana prati samprata sampram. Tananasati kamana prati samprata ariyah kushwame shivam maegamanu prapananah. Tananasati kamana prati samprata Tananasati kamana prati samprata ariyah kushwame shivam maegamanu prapananah. Once again. Tananasati kamana prati sampram. Same mistake over and over. That tells me that I'm surrounded by bad fucking people. Tananasati kamana prati samprata ariyah kushwame shivam maegamanu prapananah. Samuratavam suharatavam tu punaha munaimam purohi pratijinyam kala palayananti. Backing up one sentence. Tananasati kamana prati sampram. That's the problem right now. Sampram. So fucking sad. Tananasati kamana prati samprata ariyah kushwame shivam maegamanu prapananah. Samuratavam suharatavam tu punaha punaimam purohi pratijinyam kalo palayananti. Okay, once again. Samuratavam suharatavam tu punaha. Samuratavam suharatavam tu punaha punaimam purohi pratijinyam kalo palayananti. Na yasamyamaishwana vanaprabhishutva na shaturabhanaira vathutamai mauliha shaturabhanaira vathutamauliha. Once again. Shloka 51. 21 shlokas left. Na yasamyamaishwana maishwana. Na yasamyamaishwana vanaprabhishutva. Na yasamyamaishwana vanaprabhishutva na shaturabhanaira vathutamauliha pauliha. Na yasamyamaishwana vanaprabhishutva na shaturabhanaira vathutamauliha. That was pretty okay. I want to say it again. I'm going to say it again. I wish I lived around people who didn't react to what I'm doing. They're fucking chimping out every time I do this shit. They're fucking chimping out. Na yasamyamaishwana vanapra. Na yasamyamaishwana vanaprabhishutva. Na yasamyamaishwana Panaparapeshutva na Shaturabhanaira Betpatu Tamauliha. Na Yasumiyamaishwena Vanapram. I hate it. I should have been done like 4 hours ago, but because of fucking brown pieces of shit. Na Hyasumiyamaishwena Vanaparavishita. Na Hyasumiyamaishwena Vanaparavishita. Na Hyasumiyamaishwena Vanaparam. Na Hyasumiyamaishwena Vanaparam. Na Hyasumiyamaishwena Vanaparavishita. Na Shaturabhanaira Batu Tamauliha. Noiram. Na Hyasumiyamaishwena Vanaparapishutva. Na Hyasumiyamaishwena Vanapram. Na Hyasumiyamaishwena. Na Hyasumiyamaishwena Vanaparapishutva. Na Shaturabhanaira Batu Tamauliha. Karatasa Puroho Napi Palatikopyo Gurunwami Naitadu Vachanam Naitadu Vachanam Yatasatem. Karatasa Puroho Napi Palatikopyo Gurunami Karatasa Puroho Napi Palatikopyo Karatasa Puroho Napi Palatikopyo Karatasa Puroho Napi Palatikopyo Gurunami Naitadu Vachanam Yatasatem. Karatasa Puroho Napi Palatikopyo Karatasa Puroho Napi Palatikopyo Gurunami Naitadu Vachanam Yatasatem. Almost. Karatasa Puroho Napi Palatikopyo Karatasa Puroho Napi Palatikopyo Gurunami Naitadu Vachanam Yatasate. Fucking brown pieces of shit. Karatasa Puroho Napi Palatikopyo Gurunami Naitadu Vachanam Yatasate. Naitadu Vachanam Yatasate. Karatasa Puroho Napi Palatikopyo Gurunami Naitadu Vachanam Yatasatem. Yo Nanandashu Kam Kupitam Pujanggam Mukotavang Vyavasiadati Punargrahitum. Once more. Shloka 52. 20 left. Yo Nanandashu Kam Kupitam Pujanggam Mukotavang Vyavasiadati Punargrahitum. 요 나는다 요 나는다 슈감 구피땀 부장감 무그트방 비아가시아드티 보날가라히 뚜무 요 나는다 슈감 구피땀 부장감 요 나는다 슈감 요 나는다 슈감 구피땀 부장감 무그트 요 나는다 슈감 구피땀 부장감 무그트방 비아가시아드티 보날가라히 뚜무 요 나는다 슈감 구피땀 부장감 요 나는다 슈감 구피땀 요 나는다 슈감 구피땀 I hate brown pieces of shit. I really do. Fucking pieces. Brown pieces of fucking shit. 요 나는다 슈감 구피땀 부장감 무그트방 비아바시아드티 보날가라히 뚜무 taha temikam pan jevalitam teronorikam teronorikam 사는띠아지아 까마는사 보날 파졌다 보날 파졌담 보날 파졌담 taha temikam pan jevalitam teronorikam taha temikam pan jevalitam teronorikam teronorikam okay taha temikam pan jevalitam teronorikam taha temikam pan jevalitam teronorikam taha temikam pan jevalitam teronorikam 사는띠아지아 까마는사 보날 파졌담 taha temikam pan jevalitam teronorikam taha temikam pan jevalitam teronorikam taha temikam pan jevalitam teronorikam 사는띠아지아 까마는사 보날 파졌담 아는타야 야치자 서브라하야다 나는토 바드타야 무구도 비타나야 와투여허 오는마드다 비체트다야 오는마드다 제트다야 자 갈리야 제트다허 서브라함 사 고리야드 비셔야드 마카얌 페크쇼파 포기 마라 페크쇼파 포기 마라 나노가미야 까문피아흐. I'm backing up one sentence. Almost there. So far away. Where is it? 오는마다 빚짓다 오는마다 따짓다야 오는마다 따짓다야 자 갈리야 짓다흐 스프러함 사 구리야드 비셔야드 마카얌 페크쇼파 포기 바라 나노 까문 삐아흐 그르띠 자라 머르띠오 파얌 띠띠일 슈흐 유호트 따맘 샤는 띠수캄 자 야시야 바라트라 도하카니 자 삼브르타니 Lakoshomiyam Mahatyam Api. Shloka 55. Lakoshomiyam Mahatyam Api Paltamana Satarashana Pipo Tasatavanu Kamampitabhyaha. Lakoshomiyam Mahatyam Api Lakoshomiyam Mahatyam Api Paltamana Satarashana Pipo Tasatavanu Kamampitabhyaha. Almost. No Sudarashana. Lakoshomiyam Mahatyam Api Paltamana Satarashana Pipo Tasatavanu Kamampitabhyaha. Lakoshomiyam Mahatyam Api Lakoshomiyam Mahatyam Api Paltamana Satarashana Pipo Tasatavanu Kamampitabhyaha. Almost. Lakoshomiyam Mahatyam Api Lakoshomiyam Mahatyam Api Paltamana Satarashana Pipo Tasatavanu Kamampitabhyaha. Prapunoti Yaha Shananti Sukham Na Jeha Paratara Sok Duhakam. Keep backing up one sentence. Lakoshomiyam Mahatyam Api Lakoshomiyam Mahatyam Api Paltamana Satarashana Pipo Tasatavanu Kamampitabhyaha. Almost. Lakoshomiyam Mahatyam Api Lakoshomiyam Mahatyam Api Lakoshomiyam Mahatyam Api Paltamana Satarashana Pipo Tasatavanu Kamampitabhyaha. Prapunoti Yaha Shananti Sukham Na Jeha Paratara Duhakam Pratigruhyate Cham. Evam tu pakutum Bhavato Nurupam Satatavasya Paratatasya Kulasya Chaivam. Mamapi Motum Sadarasham Pratijñam Satatavasya Paratatasya Kulasya Chaivam. Aham hi samsara rasanam Aham hi samsara rasanam Aham hi samsara rasana viduto vinihasarataha shanantamapa kamaha shanantamapa kamaha. Once again. Shloka 57. 15 left. Aham hi samsara rasana viduto vinihasarataha shanantamapa kamaha. Nachachayama putum tridivapi. Nachachayama putum tribid. Okay, I have to back up one sentence from the arrow. Aham hi samsara rasana viduto vinihasarataha shanantamapa kamaha. Nachachayama putum tridivapi. Rajyam iramayam kim pata manushvashva. Once again. Second sentence, shloka 57. 15 shlokas left. Yeah, it's taking forever, but it's worth it. Nachachayama putum. Nachachayama putum tridivampim. Nachachayama putum tridivampi rajyam diramayam kim pata manushveshu. Once more. Nachachayama putum tridivampi. Nachachayama putum tridivampi. Nachachayama putum tridivapi rajyam diramayam kim pata manushweshu. Trivaiga sevam nirupa yatutu garatasnataha paro manushwelta iti devamata mame. Trivaiga sevam nirupa yatutu garatasnataha paro manushwelta iti devamata mame. Analta ityata mamaltadasha. Analta ityata. Analta ityata mamaltadashanam kushwayi. Derivalgo hi na chapi talpakaha. Once again. Analta ityata mamaltadashanam kushwayi. Derivalgo hi na chapi talpakaha. Talpakaha. Analta ityata mamaltadashanam. Analta ityata. Analta ityata. Oh my God. Analta ityata mamaltadashanam kushayi derivalgo hi na chapi talpakaha. Pade tu yasaminana jara na pirutang na janama naivoparamo na bhatayaha. Pade, backing up one sentence. Analta ityata mamaltadashanam kushayi derivalgo hi na chapi talpakaha. Pade tu yasaminana jara na pirutang na janama naivoparamo na bhatayaha. Tameva manie purushal tamudatamam na vidyate yatra punaha kariyam. Tameva manie purushal tamudatam. Tameva manie purushal tamudatamam na vidyate yatra punaha kariyam. Yadapya pochaha palipalyatang charang banam vayo gajachati pikriyamiti pikriyam. Okay, shloka 60. 11 shlokas left. Yadapya pochaha palipalyatang charang banam navam vayo gajachati pikriyamiti. Yadapya pochaha palipalyatang jara navam payo gajachati vikriyamiti. Anishajayo yam japalam hi durusyate jara pyatiran triti machacham yavanam. Anishajayo yam japalam hi durusyate jara pyatiran triti machacham yavanam. Sivakaimadaku shashichan yadang tu ko jagadavaya hasu sarveshu ja sambhikaishati. Shloka 61. It's 10 left. 10 or 11. 11 or it's 10 left. Sivakaimadaku shashichan 스바칼마다 쿠샤시짱 야당 두고 자가드바야 허수 살베슈짱 삼비카셔티 삼비카셔티 almost 스바칼마다 쿠샤시짱 스바칼마다 쿠샤시짱 야당 두고 자가드바야 허수 스바칼마다 쿠샤시짱 야당 두고 자가드바야 허수 살베슈짱 삼비카셔티 스바칼마다 쿠샤시짱 스바칼마다 쿠샤시짱 야당 두고 자가드바야 허수 살베슈짱 삼비카셔티 삼비카셔티 스바칼마다 쿠샤시짱 야당 두고 자가드바야 허수 스바칼마다 쿠샤시짱 야당 두고 자가드바야 허수 살베슈짱 삼비카셔티 스바칼마다 쿠샤시짱 야당 두고 자가드바야 허수 살베슈짱 삼비카셔티 비나샤칸레 카타마비아바 스티테 자랑 프라티쿠쇼야 비두쇼야 샤메프 수당 샤메프 수능 비나샤칸레 카타마비아바 스티테 라장 프라티쿠쇼야 비두쇼 샤메프 수능 Once more. Binashakale Katamabhya Vasatite Jara Binashakale Katamabhya Vasatite Jarang Prati Kushuya Bidusha Shamepo Sunanem Shamepo Sunanem Binashakale Katamabhya Vasatite Jarang 1 second. Binashakale Katamabhya Vasatite Jarang Prati Kushuya Bidusha Shamepo Sunanem almost. Binashakale Katamabhya Vasatite Binashakale Katamabhya Vasatite Jarang Prati Kushuya Bidusha Shamepo Sunanem Binashakale Katamabhya Vasatite Jarang Prati Kushuya Bidusha Shamepo Sunanem almost. So this is the last page, I think. Yep. A home stretch, almost anyway. Binashakale Katamabhya Vasatite Jarang Prati Kushuya Bidusha Shamepo Sunanem Jara Yuto Vyati Bikilno Sayako Yadanan Tako Vyata Ivan Sharitaha Satitaha. Once again. Jara Yuto Vyati Bikilno Jara Yuto Vyati Bikilno Jara Yuto Vyati Biktivi Jara Yuto Vyati Bikilno Sarakom Jara Yuto Vyati Biktivi Jara Yuto Vyati Bikilno Sarayo Sayakom Jara Yuto Vyati Tikvi Jara Yuto Vyati Bikilno Sarakom Sayakom Jara Yuto Vyati Biktivi 자랑 유토 미야티 비길 너 사라고 야다는 닦고 미야타 이바 시리타흐 스티타흐. Once more. 자랑 유토 미야티 비 TV. 자랑 유토 미야티 비길 TV. 자랑 유토 미야티 비길 TV. 자랑 유토 미야티 비길 너 사라고 야다는 닦고 come on. Vyata, Iva, Sharitaha, Satitaha. Okay, just 10 shlokas left, which is good news. 10 left. Jara Yuto, Vyati Vikilna. Jara Yuto, Vyati Viktivi. Jara Yuto, Vyati Vikilna Sa. Vyati Viktivi. Vyati Vikilna Sarako. Sayako. 자랑 유토 미야티 비길너 사야코 야다는 닦고 미야타 이바 셔리타흐 스티타흐. 브라자 무르가나 파기야바나 셔리탐 스투다느 바야흐 브라카샴 프라티코 마노라타흐. From the arrow once again. 브라자 무르가나 파기야바나 시리탐 스투다느 바야흐 프라카샴 프라티코 마노라타흐. 브라자 무르가나 파기야바나 시리탐 스투다느 브라자 무르가나 파기야바나 시리탐 스투다느 바야흐 프라카샴 브라자 무르가나 파기야바나 시리탐 스투다느 바야흐 프라카샴. 브라자 무르가나 파기야바나 시리탐 스투다느 바야흐 프라카샴 프라티코 마노라타흐. Once more. 브라자 무르가나 파기야바나 시리탐 스투다느 바야흐 스투다느 브라자 무르가나 파기야바나 시리탐 스투다느 브라자 무르가나 파기야바나 시리탐 스투다느 바야흐 프라카샴. 브라자 무르가나 파기야바나 시리탐 스투다느 바야흐 프라카샴 프라티코 마노라타흐. Once more. 브라자 무르가나 파기야바나 시리탐 스투다느 바야흐 프라카샴 프라티코 마노라타흐. 수토 유방아 방아 스타비로 타바에 시슈스 타탕에 드바라바니하 깔토말하티. 수토 유방아 방아 스타비로 타바에 수도 유방에 방에 스타비로 타방에 시슈스 따탕에 시슈스 따탕에 수도 유방에 방에 스타비로 타방에 시슈스 타방에 드바라바니하 깔토말하티. 여탕아 바베드 탈마바타흐 그라파트 마나흐 Barabarata Tirishita Binita Barata Tiravan Bang. Backing up one sentence. 72 is the last one. 10 shlokas left. Suto Yuvang Bang Sitabiro Tavang Shishus Tatang 수도 유방에 망에 스타비로 타방. Sutto yuvan van sitabiro tavan shishu sitavan tatang. Sutto yuvan van sitabiro tavan shishu sitatang shishu sitatang. Sutto yuvan van sitabiro Sutto yuvan van sitabiro tavan shishu sitavan shishu sitatang. Sutto yuvan van sitabiro tavan shishu sitatang. Devara Baniha Kaito Mahasti. Almost. Sutto yuvan van sitabiro tavan shishu sitatang. Devara Baniha Kaito Mahati. Yatang Paveda Tamavataha Karapata Manaha Paravarata Tirishita Bini Barata Tiri Bini Barata Tiri Bang. Okay, is the harasser there? Okay, from the arrow. Yatang Paveda Tamavata Yatang Paveda Yatang Paveda Yatang Paveda Tamavata Karapata Manaha Paravarata Tirishita Bini Barata Tirivan Bang. Yatang Paveda Tamavata Yatang Paveda Yatang Paveda Tamavata 2-minute break, thank you. Okay. Shloka 63, once again, second part. 9, 10 shlokas left. Yatha Paveda Taimapata Pata Yatha Paveda Taimapata Garapata Manaha Paravarata Tirishita. Yeah, some of these things, you cannot say these things unless you're surrounded by children or surrounded by nobody, you know. But apparently I'm surrounded by fucking rapists and murderers. Yatha Pavada Taimapataha Paveda Taima Pataha. Jesus fucking Christ. Yata Paveda Taima Pataha. Yata Paveda Taima Pata Taima Bata. Yata Paveda Taima Pataha Garapata Manaha Paraparata Dirishurta Binita Parata Diravam Bang. Once again. I just want a safe place where I can say these things without being fucking harassed by fucking rapists and murderers and or. That's my wish for life. I don't want anything else in life. Because, I've been online for 6 hours. I should have been done 5 hours ago. But because of fucking brown pieces of shit. Yata Pavada Taimavataha Garapata Manaha Paraparata Didishita Paraparata Di Yata Pavada Taimavata Yata Pavada Taimavataha Garapata Manaha Paraparata Didishita Binivarata Dirivam Binivarata Diravam Binivarata Diravam Bang. Yeah, it's gonna take forever. I hate fucking brown pieces of shit. I really do. I hate them. I should have been done 5 hours ago, but because of brown pieces of shit. Yatanga Pavada Taimavataha Garapata Manaha Parabarata Di Yatanga Pavada Taimavataha Garapata Manaha Parabarata Di Parabarata Di Rishita Parabarata Di Parabarata Di Rishita Parabarata Di Rishita. Stupid pieces of shit, man. Yatanga Pavada Taimavataha Garapata Manaha Parabarata Di Rishita Vinivarata Diravam Vinivarata Diravam Bangam Yatanga Pavada Taimavataha Garapata Manaha Parabarata Di Yatanga Pavada Taimavataha Garapata Manaha Parabarata Di Yatanga Pavada Taima. I hate brown pieces of shit more than anything else right now. Because of them. Because of fucking rapist brown pieces of shit. I can't get through because of fucking brown pieces of rapist shit. Okay. Once more from the stupid brown pieces of shit. Yatanga Pavada Taimavataha Garapata Manaha Parabarata Dirishita Binivarata Diravam Bangam Yatanga Pavada Taimavataha Yatanga Pavada Taimavataha Garapata Manaha Parabarata Di Yatanga Pavada Taimavataha Garapata Manaha Parabarata Di Yatanga Pavada Taimavataha Garapata Manaha Paraparatati. Yatang Pavada Taimavataha Garapatamanaha Paraparatati Rishita. Paraparatati. That's the problem right now, because of fucking brown pieces of shit. They're rapists. Yatang Pavada Taimavat. Yatang Pavada Taimavataha Garapatamanaha Paraparatati Rishita. Yatang Pavada Taimavataha Garapatamanaha Paraparatati. Yatang Pavada Taimavataha Garapatamanaha Paraparatati Rishatam. I hate them. I fucking hate them. Yatang Pavada Taimavataha Garapatamanaha Paraparatati. Paraparatati Rishatam. Paraparatati Rishatam. Paraparatati Rishita. Apparently these fucking brown pieces of shit cannot say Paraparatati Rishita, and they're imposing on me that I cannot say it. Stupid brown pieces of shit. Paraparatati Rishita. Okay. Yatang Pavada Taimavataha Garapatamanaha Paraparatati Rishita. Yatang Pavada Taimavataha Garapatamanaha Paraparatati. Yatang Pavada Taimavataha Garapatamanaha Paraparatati. Yatang Pavada Taimavataha Garapatamanaha Paraparatati Rishita. Yatang Pavada Taimavataha Garapatamanaha Paraparatati Rishita. Stupid brown pieces of shit, man. I fucking hate them. Once again, for the 1000th time, because of brown pieces of shit. Yatang Pavada Taimavataha Garapan. Yatang Pavada Taimavataha Garapatamanaha Paraparatati. Yatang Pavada Taimavataha. Stupid brown pieces of shit, man. Stupid brown pieces of shit. Wasting 4.5 hours of my fucking time. That brown pieces of fucking shit. Yatang Pavada Taimavataha Garapatamanaha Paraparatati Rishita Binivaratati Davan Pang. Almost. Yatang Pavada Taimavataha Garapatamanaha Paraparatati. Yatang Pavada Taimavataha Garapatamanaha Paraparatati Rishita Binivaratati Davan Pang. Yatang Pavada Taimavataha Garapatamanaha Paraparatati. Yatang Pavada Taimavataha Garapatamanaha Paraparatati Rishita. Yatang Pavada Taimavataha Garapatamanaha Paraparatati. Yatang Pavada Taimavataha. Oh, fucking brown pieces of shit. I hate them. I hate them. Yatha Pavada Taimavataha Grapata Manaha Pravartati Yatha Pavada Taimavataha Grapata Manaha Pravartati Rishuta Vinivartati Ravam Bang. Moving on. Whoosh. Stupid fucking rapist pieces of shit. Yada Tata Bang Deepata Palam Golochitam Goroshava Taimaya Makakariya Mitim. Once again. Shloka 64, 9 left. Yada Tata Bang Deepata Palam Golochitam Goroshava Taimaya Makakariya Mitim. Namo Makepyo Na. Once more from the arrow. Yada Tata Van Deepata Palam Gulochitam Gurushava Taimaya Makakariya Miti. Namo Makepyo Na Hi Gamaya Sukham Parasya Dokakariya Pada Padi Pyatem. Namo Makepyo Na Hi Gamaya Sukham Parasya Dokakariya Padi Pasyatem. Dokakariya Patisyatem. Dokakariya Patisyatem. Dokakariya Patisyatem. Namo Makepyo Na Hi Makaya Sukham Parasya Dokakariya Padisyatem. Param Hi Hanuntum Vivasham Pale Pusayang Na Yukutaru Pam Kuruna Tamanaha Sataha. Param Hi Hanuntum Vivasham Pale Pusayang Na Yukutaru Pam Karuna Tamanaha Sataha. Once more. Param Hi Hanuntum Vivasham Palepusayang Na Yukutaru Pam Karuna Tamanaha Sataha. Gratoha Palam Yadiapi Shashavatam Pavet Tatapi Kuratavanga Kimupakushoya Tamakama. I'll say that again. That was pretty good actually. Some 65. 8 shlokas left. Gratoha Palam Yadyapi Shashavatam Pavet Tatapi Gratoha Palam Yadyapi Shashavatam Pavet Tatapi Gurutavana Kimupakushayata Makama. Once more. Gratoha Palam Yadyapi Shashavatam Pavet Tatapi Gurutavana Kimupakushayata Makama. Pavecha Taimo Yadi Na Paro Bitilvatena Shilana Manaha Shashana Shalmena Manaha Shamena Bangli. Okay, once more. Shloka 65. Pavecha Taimo Yadi Na Paro Bitilvatena Pavecha Taimo Yadi Na Paro Vitilvatena Shilana Manaha Shamena Bang. Pavecha Taimo Yadi Na Pavecha Taimo Yadi Na Paro Vitilvatena Shilana Manaha Shamena Bang. Tatapi Yaibangal Hati Sabitum Kratum Pishasya Yasumina Paramuchate Palame. Okay, once again. Tatapi Naivai Hati Sabitum Kratum Tathapi naivahati Tathapi naivahati sabitum kratum bishasya yasamina paramucyate phalam. Tathapi naivahati sabitum kratum bishasya Tathapi naivahati sabitum kratum bishasya yasamina paramucyate phalam. Once more. Tathapi naivahati sabitum kratum bishasya yasamina paramucyate phalam. Fuck you. Tathapi naivahati sabitum kratum bishasya. Tathapi naivahati sabitum kratum bishasya yasamina paramucyate phalam. Tathapi naivahati sabitum kratum bishasya yasamina paramucyate phalam. Tathapi naivahati sabitum kratum bishasya yasamina paramucyate phalam. Tathapi naivahati sabitum kratum bishasya. Tathapi naivahati sabitum kratum bishasya yasamina paramucyate phalam. Ihapi tavat purushasya tishatataha paravartate yata paramsiha parahimsayai yata parahimsayai sukham. Shloka 667. Ihapi tavat purushasya tishatataha paravartate yata parahimsayai sukham. Ihapi tavat purushasya tishatataha paravartate yata parahimsayai sukham. Something's in my pocket. I don't know what it is. Nothing's in my pocket, but it's making noise. It's fucking scary now. Okay, from the arrow again. Shloka 67. 6 shlokas left. When I finish this, the whole world's gonna change, whether they like it or not. I've realized this while reading it. People's logic, people's thought process is fucked up. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. Ihapi tavat purushasya tishatataha paravartate yata parahimsaya sukham. Tadapya nishirtam sakranasya thimato bhavanantare kim vata yanana drashyatem. Tadapya nishirtam sakranasya thimato bhavanantare kim tava yanana drashyatem. No jang prataryo sami phala pravrataya paveshu rajanan namaste na me manah. That was okay. Once again though, I mean, if I were living in a white people's building, first of all, I would have been finished about 5 hours ago. And I wouldn't have to read it over and over again. Like, if I were living in a white people's building, I don't have to read this 3 times. Once is enough. But, I live in a brown people's building and they're fucking horrible. Horrible, horrible. So once again, when I finish the chapter, the whole world's gonna change. It has no choice. Na cha pratario semi palaburatata buratataya palabraburataya palabraburataya paveshu rajana namate na me manaha. Once again. 68. Na cha pratario semi na cha pratario semi palabraburataya paveshu rajana namate na me manaha. Once again. Na cha pratario semi palabraburataya paveshu rajana ramate na me manaha. Okay, once again. Na cha pratario semi palabraburat. I wonder what's in my pocket that's making that noise. Na cha pratario semi palapram. Na cha pratario semi palaprab. Na cha pratario semi palaprab. Oh my God. Stop it, demon. Stop it. Stop. Okay. Na cha pratario semi palapram. Na cha pratario semi palapram. Na cha pratam. Okay, the sunset, I'm losing power now because I have to do my Kabbalah ritual. Na cha pratario semi palapram. Na cha pratario semi palapram. Na cha pratario semi palaprabratataya. Na cha pratario semi palapram. Na cha pratario semi palaprabratataya. Palapram. Na cha pratario semi palaprabratataya. Na cha pratario semi. Na cha pratario semi palaprabratataya paveshu rajana namate na me manaha. Once more. Na cha pratario semi palaprabratataya paveshu rajana namate na me manaha. Latang ivam potara duita he prabratataya he savagata hi chanchalam. Latang ivam potara baratatu purushatui. Latang ivam potara baratat purushatui. Latang ivam potara purushatui. Latang ivam potara purushatui duita he prabratataya he savagata hi chanchalam. Latang ivam potara purushatui. Latang ivam potara duita he prabratataya he savagata hi chanchalam. Latang ivam potara purushatui. Latang ivam potaram. Latang ivam bot po. Latin ivam botan po. Latin ivam bot po. I hate brown pieces of shit, I really do. Latin ivam potara brusha tuitadu. Latin ivam potara brusha. Latin ivam potara brusha tuitan he bravarata daya he salvagatan he janjalan. Moving on. Iha gatashajan hamito didroko shoyan munerara dosia bimoko shabadina. Iha gatashajan hamito didroko Iha gatashajan hamito didroko shoyan munerara dosia bimoko shabadina. Iha gatashajan hamito didro Iha gatashajan hamito didroko shoyan punarara dosia bimoko shabadina. Iha gatashajan hamito didro Iha gatashajan hamito didroko shoyan munera dosia. Iha gatashajan hamito. Oh, I hate brown pieces of shit. Iha gatashajan hamito didroko shoyan munerara dosia bimoko shabadina. Prayami jadiaiva nirupasutu te shivam vachaha kushometa shamatata dishitvarama. Okay, backing up one sentence because of fucking brown pieces of shit. Iha gatashajan hamito didroko shoyan didro. Iha gatashajan hamito didroko. Iha gatashajan hamito didroko shoyan munerara dosia bimoko shabadina. Prayami jadiaiva nirupasutu te shivam vachaha kushometa shamatata vandishitvarama. Prayami jadiaiva nirupasutu te shivam vachaha kushometa shamatata vandishitvarama. Prayami jadiaiva nirupasutu te shivam vachaha kushometa shamatata vandishitvarama. I have to say it again because of fucking brown pieces of shit. Prayami jadiaiva nirupasutu te shivam vachaha kushometa shamatata vandishitvarama. Athanandara bada dibya bashe shashevada ka vada gunoire raba shraya iha ba kamava. Okay, Shloka 70. Athanandara Bada Divi Athanandara Bada Divyava Shajabadaka Bada Gunoiravam Duna Gunoirava Shra Shreya Ihava Gama Gamavam Athanandara Bada Divyam Divyavam Athanandara Bada Divyavam Shajabadaka Bada Gunoiravam Shajvadaka Bada Gunoiravam Shreya Ihava Gamana Athanandara Bada Divyava Shashvadaka Bada Gunoirava Shreya Athanandara Bada Divyava Shashvadaka Bada Gunoirava Athanandara Bada Divyava Shashvad Athanandara Bada Vidyava Shashvadaka Bada Gunoirava Gunoirava Athanandara Bada Vidya Divyavam Athanandara Bada Divyam Athanandara Bada Divyava Shashvadaka Bada Gunoirava Shreya Ihava Gamavam Athanandara Bada Divyava Shashvadaka Athanandara Bada Divyava Shashvadaka Bada Gunoirava Shreya Ihava Gamanam Athanandara Bada Divyava Shashvadaka Bada Gunoirava Shreya Ihava Gamanam Ava Yurariyarava Satasutana Ava Shriyashacha Rajananava Taimamatamanaha Avan Yurariyaravam Satusutana Ava Shriyashacha Rajananava Taimamatamanaha Ava Yurairi Ava Yurairiyam Yurairiyaravam Yurairiyaravam Ava Yurairiyarava Satusutana Ava Shriyashacha Rajananava Taimamatamanaha Hima I want to say this again. Ava Yurariyarava Satusutana Ava Shriyashacha Rajananava Taimamatamanaha Himari Katu the Pavasama Blavanantare Yatan Divijo Yati Bimokoshayamia Yamia Satanuma Bimokoshaya Yamia Yam Satanuma Bimokoshayam Satanuma Bimokoshayam Satanuma. From the arrow once again. Shloka 71. 73 is the last one. Himari Ketu the Pavasamam Palavanantare Yatanga Divijo Yati Bimokosha Yamsatanuma Bimokosha Yamsatanuma Himari Ketu the Pavasam Himari Ketu the Pava Himari Ketu the Pavasamam Palavanantare Yatanga Divijo Yati Bimokosha Yamsatanuma Himari Ketu the Pavasamam Palavan Himari Ketu the Pavasamam Palavanantare Yatanga Divijo Yati Bimokosha Yamsatanuma Himariketu the Pavasamanpalabanantare Yatang Debijo Yanti Bimokosha Yamsatanum. Bimokosha Yamsatanum. Himariketu the Pavasamanpalabanantare Yatang Debijo Yanti Bimokosha Yamsatanum. Himariketu the Pavasamanpalabanantare Yatang Debijo Yanti Bimokosha Yamsatanum. Himari Shaturum Koshaya Shaturu Khati Nasatanantare Yahi Bimochayanan Manah. Backing up one sentence. 6 sentences left. Himariketu the Pavasamanpalabanantare Yatang Debijo Yati Bimokosha Yamsatanum. Bimokosha Yamsatanum. Himariketu the Pavasamanpalabanantare Yatang Debijo Yati Bimokosha Yamsatanum. Okay, moving on. Himari Shaturum Koshaya Saturut Khati Nasatanantare Yahi Bimochayanam Manah. Himari Shaturum Koshaya Saturu. Himari Shaturum Koshaya Saturu. Himari Shaturum Koshaya Saturu Khati Nasatanantare Yahi Bimochayanan Manah. Nirpo de Brabita Sanjali Raga Satapuraho Supuraho Yatashitama Punopti Pavana Bhikkhanataha. Himari Shaturam. One second. Himari Shaturam Koshaya Shaturum. Himari Shaturum Koshaya Shatura Khati Nasatanantare Yahi Bimochayanan Manah. Nirpo Buru Brahvita Sanjali Ragata Sapuraho Yatashita Ma Punoti Pavana Bhikkhanataha. Okay, Shloka 71 or 72, sorry. Shloka 72. 2 shlokas left. Nirpo Bravita Sanjalira Gatasapuraho Yateshita Ma Punoti Pavana Bhikkhanataha. That wasn't too bad actually. Once again though. Nirpo Bravita Sanjalira. Nirpo Bravita San. Nirpo Bravi Bram. Nirpo Bravita Sanjalira Gatasapuraho Yateshita Ma Punoti Pavana Bhikkhanataha. Getting tired now. Nirpo Bravi. Oh my god. Now they're acting up. I just got 2 more shlokas left. Nirupon bravita sanjalira gata saporoho. Nirupon bravita sanjalira gata saporoho yatashitama punoti pavana vignataha. Oh well. Nirupon bravita sanjalira gata saporoho yatashitama punoti. Nirupon bravita sanjalira gata saporoho yatashitama punoti pavana vignataha. Almost. Pavana vignataha. Once again from the arrow. Nirupon bravita sanjalira gata saporoho yatashitama punoti pavana vignataha. Pavana vignataha. Nirupon bravita sanjalira gata saporoho yatashitama punoti pavana vignataha. Okay. 3 sentences left. Avampya kale karata karatiata mimam mamapi karyo bhavata devanugrata grahaha devanugrahaha. Avampya kale karata karatiata mimam mamapi karyo bhavata devanugrahaha. Last shloka, final shloka. Satiram pratijñaya tateti paltive tataha sa vaishevanantaram ashramam yayau. Paribrajanantam samudhi kushya pisamito nirupo picha prapurimam girim prajana. Backing up one sentence. Final shloka from the arrow once again. Satiram pratijñaya tateti paltive tataha sa vaishevanantaram ashramam yayau. Paribrajanantam samudhi kushya pisamito nirupopi. Paribrajanantam samudhi kushya pisamito nirupopi cha prapurimam girim prajana. Last sentence once again. Final sentence. Prapurimam. Paribrajanantam samudhi kushya pisamito niruto. Paribrajanantam samudhi kushya pisamito nirupopi cha prapurimam girim prajana. Paribrajanantam samudhi kushya pisamito nirupopi. Paribrajanantam samudhi kushya pisamito nirupopi. Same mistake. Paribrajanantam samudhi kushya pisamito nirupopi. Paribrajanantam samudhi kushya pisamito nirupopi. Same mistake for the fourth time. Prapurimam Parivrajanantam Samudi Kushoya Pisamito Nirupo Pija Prapurimam Girim Brajana Prapurimam Girim Brajana. Once again. Parivrajanantam Samudi Kushoya Pisamito Nirupo Pija Prapurimam Girim Brajana. Parivrajanantam Samudi Kushoya Parivrajanantam Samudi Kushoya Pisamito Nirupo Pija Prapurimam Girim Brajana. Parivrajanantam Samudi Kushoya Pisamito Nirupo Pija Prapurimam Girim Brajana. Parivrajanantam Samudi Parivrajanantam Samudi Kushoya Pisamito Nirupo Pija Prapurimam Girim Brajana. That was okay. Once more. Final sentence. Yeah, life is hard around brown people. It's impossible. If you cannot read these things around brown people, you know, Parivrajanantam Samudi Kushoya Pisamito Nirupo Pija Prapurimam Girim Brajana. Almost there. Parivrajanantam Samudi Kushoya Pisamito Nirupo Pija Prapurimam Girim Brajana. Parivrajanantam Samudi Kushoya Pisamito Nirupo Pija Prapurimam Girim Brajana. Okay, done. Iti Shri Buddhacarita Mahakavya Shivakosha Gurutem. Iti Shri Buddhacarita Mahakavya Shivakosha Gurutem. Iti Shri Buddhacarita Mahakavya Shivakosha Yuttigurutem. Kama Bikaihano Namaika Dashaha Saigaha. Iti Shri Buddhacarita Iti Shri Buddhacarita Mahakavya Shivakosha. Iti Shri Buddhacarita Mahakavya Shivakosha Gurutem. Iti Shri Buddhacarita Iti Shri Buddhatam. I hate brown pieces of shit. They've conditioned me so that, you know, I can't say these things because they're making fucking noise. They've been making fucking noise every time I say anything Aryan Sanskrit. They're fucking demons. These brown pieces of shit are fucking demons. Iti Shri Buddhacarita Mahakavya Shivakosha Gurutem. Kama Bikaihano Namaika Dashaha Saigaha. Iti Shri Buddhacarita Mahakavya Shivakoshare. Iti Shri Buddhacarita Mahakavya Shivakoshakaratam. Iti Shri Buddha Iti Shri Buddhacarita Mahakavya Shivakoshakaratam Mahakama Vigahanwa Namaika Dashaha Sargaha. I hate brown pieces of shit. Fuck you, you pieces of shit. I hope your entire fucking race dies. Iti Shri Buddhacarita Mahakavya Shivakoshakaratam Kama Vigahanwa Iti Shri Buddhacarita Mahakavya Shiva Iti Shri Buddhacarita Mahakavya Shivakoshakaratam Kama Vigahanwa Namakaika Dashaha Sargaha. Nope, I have to do it again. I hate brown pieces of shit. The fucking brown piece, true pieces of shit. Iti Shri Buddhacarita Mahakavya Shivakoshakaratam Kama Vigahanwa Namaika Dashaha Sargaha. Okay, good enough. If you came by just to listen to Aryan Sanskrit, I am not saying any more Sanskrit. And if I did, I'll get harassed even more. So I hope that they die as quickly as possible. That's my wish. Because I'm living in a country, the First Amendment says free speech. If you're being harassed for reading what I'm, saying what I'm reading, if you're being harassed, I'm reading, so I'm not even talking to someone else. I'm reading something by myself. Like I'm being mindful. These brown pieces of shit cannot be mindful. They're simply not Americans. Period. Unless you know how to leave me alone while I'm reading these things, you'll never be American. Period. I don't give a shit. You should be off the fucking face of the fucking planet. If I'm not allowed to read these things because I'm being harassed to the point that, I got fucking trained in fear by fucking demons. It's brown pieces of shit. If I were in a white people's building, I would have been done 5 hours ago. Okay, so I'm gonna take a 2-minute break reading the translation. At least I got through. Stupid brown pieces of shit. I hate them. I fucking hate them. Okay, 2 minutes. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna rush through the translation. Here we go. Book 11, Chapter 11. Being thus addressed by the monarch of the Magathas, in a hostile speech with a friendly face, self-possessed, unchanged, pure by family and personal purity, the son of Suddhodana thus made answer. This is not to be called a strange thing for thee, born as thou art in the great family whose ensign is the lion, that by thee of pure conduct, O lover of thy friends, this line of conduct should be adopted towards him who stands as one of thy friends. Amongst the bad of friendship, worthy of their family, ceases to continue like prosperity among the faint-hearted. It is only the good who keep increasing the old friendship of their ancestors by a new succession of friendly acts. But those men who act unchangingly towards their friends in reverses of fortune, but those men who act unchangingly towards their friends in reverses of fortune, I esteem in my heart as true friends, who is not the friend of the prosperous man in his times of abundance. So those who, having obtained riches in the world, employ them for the sake of their friends and religion, their wealth has real solidity, and when it perishes, it produces no pain at the end. This thy determination concerning me, O king, is prompted by pure generosity and friendship. This thy determination concerning me, O king, is prompted by pure generosity and friendship. I will meet thee courteously with simple friendship. I would not utter aught else in my reply. I will meet thee courteously with simple friendship. I would not utter aught else in my reply. I, having experienced the fear of old age and death, fly to this path of religion in my desire for liberation, leaving behind my dear kindred Shloka 7. I, having experienced the fear of old age and death, fly to this path of religion in my desire for liberation, leaving behind my dear kindred with tears in their faces, still more than those pleasures which are the causes of evil. I am not so afraid even of serpents, nor of thunderbolts falling from heaven, nor afraid. I am not afraid. I am not so afraid even of serpents, nor of thunderbolts falling from heaven, nor of flames blown. I am tired, I am not so afraid even of serpents, nor of thunderbolts falling from heaven, nor of flames blown together by the wind, as I am afraid of these worldly objects. These transient pleasures, the robbers of our happiness and our wealth, and which float empty and like illusions through the world, infatuate men's minds even when they are only hoped for, still more when they take up their abode in the soul. The victims of pleasure attain not to happiness even in the heaven of the gods, still less in the world of mortals. He who is athirst is never satisfied with pleasures, as the fire, the friend of the wind, with fuel. There is no calamity in the world like pleasures. People are devoted to them through delusion. When he once knows the truth and so fears evil, what wise man would of his own choice desire evil? When they have obtained all the earth girdled by the sea, girdled by the sea. Kings wish to conquer the other side of the great ocean. Mankind are never satisfied with pleasures as the ocean with the waters that fall into it. When it had rained the golden shower from heaven, and when he had conquered the continents and the four oceans, and had even obtained the half of Shakara's throne, Manantatra was still unsatisfied with worldly objects. Manantatra was still unsatisfied with worldly objects. Though he had enjoyed the kingdom of the gods in heaven, when Inandra had concealed himself through fear of Bharadram, and though in his pride he had made a great brusheries, I'm going to read that again. Though he had enjoyed the kingdom of the gods in heaven, when Inandra had concealed himself through fear of Bharadram, though he had enjoyed the kingdom of the gods in heaven, when Inandra had concealed himself through fear of Bharadram, and though in his pride he had made the great Rashis bear his litter, Nahusha fell, unsatisfied with pleasures. King, the son of Ida, having penetrated into the furthest heaven, and brought the goddess Urvasi into his power, when he wished in his greed to take away gold from the Rashis, being unsatisfied with pleasures, fell into destruction. Who would put his trust in these worldly objects, whether in heaven or in earth, unsettled? Who would put his trust in these worldly objects, whether in heaven or in earth, unsettled? I am tired. Shloka 16 again. Who would put his trust in these worldly objects, whether in heaven or in earth, unsettled as to lot or family, which who would put his trust in these worldly objects, whether in heaven or in earth, unsettled as to lot or family, which passed from Bali to Inandra, and from Inandra to Nahusha, and then again from Nahusha back to Inandra. Who would seek these enemies bearing the names of pleasures, by whom even those sages have been overcome, who were devoted to other pursuits, whose only clothes were rags, whose food was roots, fruits, and water, and who wore their twisted locks as long as snakes? Those pleasures for whose sake even Ugrayuddha, armed terribly as he was with his weapon, found death at Bhishma's hands. Is not the mere thought of them unlucky and fatal? Still more the thought of the irreligious, whose lives are spent in their service. Who that considers the paltry flavor of worldly objects, the very height of union being only insatiety, the blame of the virtuous, and the certain sin, has ever drawn near this poison which is called pleasure? When they hear of the miseries of those who are intent on pleasure and are devoted to worldly pursuits, such as agriculture and the rest, and the self-content of those who are careless of pleasure, it well befits the self-controlled to fling it away. Success in pleasure is to be considered a misery in the man of pleasure, for he becomes intoxicated when his desired pleasures are attained. I'm gonna read that again. Success in pleasure is to be considered a misery in the man of pleasure, for he becomes intoxicated when his desired pleasures are attained. Through intoxication, he does what should not be done, not what should be done, and being wounded thereby, he falls into a miserable end. These pleasures, which are gained and kept by toil, which after deceiving leave you and return whence they came. These pleasures, which are gained and kept by toil, which after deceiving leave you and return whence you came. These pleasures, which are but borrowed for a time, what man of self-controlled? I'll read it again, sorry. '73 is the last one. These pleasures, which are gained and kept by toil, which after deceiving leave you and return whence you... 2 minutes, thank you, sorry. Okay, I'm gonna try to rush through. These pleasures, which are gained and kept by toil, which after deceiving leave you and return whence they came. These pleasures, which are but borrowed for... I hate demons. These pleasures, which are gained and kept by toil, which after deceiving leave you and return whence they came. These pleasures which are but borrowed for a time, what man of self-control, if he is wise, would delight in them? What man of self-control could find satisfaction in these pleasures which are like a torch of hay, which excite thirst when you seek them and when you grasp them, and which they who abandon not keep only as misery? Those men of no self-control who are bitten by them in their hearts fall into ruin and attain not bliss. What men of self-control could find satisfaction in these pleasures which are like an angry, cruel serpent? Even if they enjoy them, men are not satisfied, like dogs famishing with hunger over a bone. What man of self-control could find satisfaction in these pleasures, which are like a skeleton composed of dry bones? Which are like a skeleton composed of dry bones. What man of self-control could find satisfaction in these pleasures, which are like flesh that has been flung away, and which produce misery by their being held only in common with kings, thieves, water, and fire? What man of self-control could find satisfaction in these pleasures? What man of self-control could find satisfaction in these pleasures, which, like the senses, are destructive, and which bring calamity on every hand to those who abide in them? I'm going to read it again, sorry. What man of self-control could find satisfaction in these pleasures, which, like the senses, are destructive, and which bring calamity on every hand to those who abide in them, from the side of friends even more than from open enemies? What man of self-control could find satisfaction in those pleasures, which are like the fruit that grows on the top of a tree, which those who would leap up to reach fall down? I'm going to read that again, sorry. What man of self-control could find satisfaction in those pleasures, which are like the fruit that grows on the top of a tree, which those who would leap up to reach, fall down upon a mountain or into a forest, waters, or the ocean? What man of self-control could find satisfaction in those pleasures, which are like snatching up a hot coal? Men never attain happiness, however they pursue them, increase them, or guide them. What man of self-control could find satisfaction in those pleasures, which are like the enjoyments in a dream, which are gained by their recipients after manifold pilgrimages and labors, and then perish in a moment? What man of self-control could find satisfaction in those pleasures, which are like a spear, sword, or club, for the sake of which the Gurus, the Vaishnavis, and the Amnatakas, the Maitiyas, and the Damdakas suffer destruction? What man of self-control could find satisfaction in those pleasures which dissolve friendships, and for the sake of which the two asuras, Sumda and Upasumanda, perished, victims engaged in mutual enmity? None, however, their intellect is blinded. Victims engaged in mutual enmity. None, however, their intellect is blinded with pleasure, give themselves up, as in compassion, to ravenous beasts. So what man of self-control could find satisfaction in those pleasures which are disastrous and constant enemies? He whose intellect is blinded with pleasure does pitiable things. he incurs calamities, such as death, bonds, and the like. The wretch, who is the miserable slave of hope for the sake of pleasure, well deserves the pain of death, even in the world of the living. Deer are lured to their destruction by songs. Insects, for the sake of the brightness, fly into the fire. The fish, greedy for the flesh, swallows the iron hook. Therefore, worldly objects produce misery as their end. As for the common opinion, pleasures and enjoyments, none of them, when examined, are worthy of being enjoyed. Buying garments and the rest are only the accessories of things. They are to be regarded as merely the remedies for pain. Water is desired for allaying thirst. Food in the same way for water is desired for allaying thirst. Food in the same way for removing hunger. A house for keeping off the wind, the heat of the sun and the rain, and dress for keeping off the cold and to cover one's nakedness. So too a bed is for removing drowsiness. A carriage for So too a bed is for removing drowsiness. A carriage for remedying the fatigue of a journey. A seat for alleviating the pain of standing. So bathing as a means for washing health and strength. External objects, therefore, are to human beings means for remedying pain, not in themselves. External objects, therefore, are to human beings means for remedying pain, not in themselves sources of enjoyment. What wise man would allow that he enjoys those delights which are only used as remedial? I'm gonna read that again, sorry. Halfway through. 7 hours. Stupid fucking pieces of shit harassing me. External objects, therefore, are to human beings means for remedying pain, not in themselves sources of enjoyment. What wise man would allow that he enjoys those delights which are only used as remedial? He who, when burned with the heat of bilious fever, maintains that cold appliances are an enjoyment. I'm gonna read it again. He who, when burnt with the heat of bilious fever, maintains that cold appliances are an enjoyment, when he is only engaged in alleviating pain, he indeed might give the name of enjoyment to pleasures. Since variableness is found in all pleasures, I cannot apply to them the name of enjoyment. The very conditions which mark pleasure bring also in its... I'm gonna read that again. Stupid fucking piece of shit harassing me. Since variableness is found in all pleasures, I cannot apply to them the name of enjoyment. The very conditions which mark pleasure bring also in its turn pain. Heavy garments and fragrant aloe wood are pleasant. I'm gonna read that again. Oh, 31 left. Heavy garments and fragrant aloe wood are pleasant in the cold, but an annoyance in the heat. And the moonbeams and sandalwood are pleasant in the heat, but a pain in the cold. Since the well-known opposite pairs, such as gain and loss and the rest, are inseparably connected with everything in this world, therefore no man is invariably happy on the earth, nor invariably wretched. I'm gonna read it. So I'm being actively harassed by some fucking asshole. Shloka 42 again, I guess. Heavy garments and fragrant aloe wood are pleasant in the cold, but an annoyance in the heat. And the moonbeams and sandalwood are pleasant in the heat, but a pain in the cold. Since the well-known opposite pairs, such as gain and loss and the rest, are inseparably connected with everything in this world, therefore no man is invariably happy on the earth, nor invariably wretched. When I see how the nature of pleasure and pain are mixed, I consider royalty and slavery as the same. A king does not always smile, nor is a slave always in pain. Since to be a king involves a wider range of command, therefore the pains of a king are great. For a king is like a peg. He endures trouble for the sake of the world. A king is unfortunate if he places his trust in his royalty, which is apt to desert and loves crooked turns. A king is unfortunate if he places his trust in his royalty, which is apt to desert and loves crooked turns. And on the other hand, if he does not trust in it, then what can be the happiness of a timid king? And since after even conquering the whole earth, I'm gonna read that again. Oosh. And since after even conquering the whole earth, and since after even conquering the whole earth, one city only can serve as a dwelling place, and even there only one house can be inhabited, is not royalty mere labor for others? And even in royal clothing, one pair of garments is all he needs, and just as 48, 25 left. And even in royal clothing, one pair of garments is all he needs, and just enough food to keep off. And even in royal clothing, one pair of garments is all he needs, and just enough food to keep off hunger. So only one bed and only one seat. All a king's other distinctions are only for pride. And if all these fruits are desired for the sake of satisfaction, I can be satisfied without a kingdom. And if a man is once satisfied in this world, are not all distinctions indistinguishable? I'm gonna read it again. Now I'm getting like I should have been done 6 hours ago. $49 again. And if all these fruits are desired for the sake of satisfaction, I can be satisfied without a kingdom. And if a man is once satisfied in this world, are not all distinctions indistinguishable? He then who has attained the auspicious road to happiness is not to be deceived in regard to pleasures. I'm going to read it again. He then who has attained the auspicious road to happiness is not to be deceived in regard to pleasures. Remembering thy professed friendship, tell me again and again, do they keep their promise? I have not repaired to the forest through anger, nor because my diadem has been dashed down by an enemy's arrows, nor have I set my desires on loftier objects, that I thus refuse thy proposal. Only he who, having once let go a malignant incensed serpent, or a blazing hate torch all on fire, would strive again to seize it, would ever seek pleasures again after having once abandoned them. Only he who, though seeing, would envy the blind, though free the bound. Only he who, though seeing, would envy the blind, though free the bound, though wealthy the destitute, though sound in his reason the maniac. Only he, I say, would envy one who is devoted to worldly objects. He who lives on alms, my good friend, is not to be pitied. Having gained his end, and being set on escaping the fear of old age and death, he has here the best happiness, perfect calm, and hereafter all pains are for him abolished. But he is to be pitied who is overpowered by thirst, though set in the midst of great wealth, who attains not the happiness of calm here, while pain has to be experienced hereafter. Thus to speak of me is well worthy of thy character, thy mode of life, and thy family, and to carry out my resolve is also befitting my character, my mode of life, and my family. I have been wounded by the enjoyment of the world, and I have come out longing to obtain peace. I would not accept an empire free from all ill, even in the third heaven. How much less amongst the men? But as for what thou saidst to me, O king, that the universal pursuit of the three objects is the supreme end of man, and thou saidst that what I regard as the desirable is misery. Thy three objects are perishable. I'm gonna read it again. What the fuck is going on? But as for what thou saidst to me, O king, that the universal pursuit of the three objects is the supreme end of man, and thou saidst that what I regard as the desirable is misery. Thy three objects are perishable and also unsatisfying. But that world in which there is no old age, nor fear, nor birth, nor death, nor anxieties, that alone I consider the highest end of man, where there is no ever renewed action. And as for what thou saidst, wait till old age comes, for youth is ever subject to change. This want of decision is itself uncertain, for age too can be irresolute, and youth can be firm. I'm gonna read it again. 14 left. And as for what thou saidst, wait till old age comes, for youth is ever subject to change. This want of decision is itself uncertain, for age too can be irresolute, and youth can be firm. But since fate is so well skilled in its art, as to draw the world in all its various ages into its power, how shall the wise man, who desires tranquility, wait for old age, when he knows not when the time of death will be? When death stands ready like a hunter, with old age as his weapon, and diseases scattered about as his arrows. I'm gonna read that again, sorry. When death stands ready like a hunter, with old age as his weapon, and diseases scattered about as his arrows, smiting down when death stands ready like a hunter, with old age as his weapon, and diseases scattered about as his arrows, smiting down living creatures who fly like deer to the forest of destiny. What desire can there be in anyone for length of life? It well befits the youthful son, or the old man, or the child, so to act with all promptitude, that they may choose the action of the religious man, whose soul is all mercy. Nay, better still, his inactivity. And as for what thou sayest, be diligent in sacrifices for religion, such as are worthy of thy race and bring a glorious fruit. Honor to such sacrifices. I desire not that fruit which is sought by causing pain to others. To kill a helpless victim through a wish for future reward, it would be an unseemly action for a merciful-hearted good man, even if the reward of the sacrifice were eternal. But what if, after all, it is subject to decay? And even if true religion did not consist in quite another rule of conduct, by self-constraint, my music died. And even if true religion did not consist in quite another rule of conduct, by self and even if true religion did not consist in quite another rule of conduct, by self-restraint, moral practice, and a total absence of passion, still it would not be seemly to follow the rule of sacrifice, where the highest reward is described as attained only by slaughter. Even that happiness which comes to a man while he stays in this world through the injury of another is hateful to the wise, compassionate heart. How much more if it be something beyond our sight in another life? I am not to be lured into a course of action for future reward. My mind does not delight, O king, in future births. These actions are uncertain and wavering in their direction, like plants beaten by the rain from a cloud. I have come here with the wish to see the next 5 shlokas left. I have come here with a wish to see next the seer, Aryan, who proclaims liberation. I start this very day. Happiness be to thee, O king. Forgive my words, which may seem harsh, through their absolute freedom from passion. Now, therefore, do thou guard like Indra in heaven. Guard it continually, like the sun. Now, therefore, do thou guard like Indra in heaven. Guard it continually like the sun by thy excellencies. Guard its best happiness. Guard its best happiness here. Guard the earth. Guard life by the noble. Guard the sons of the good. Guard thy royal powers, O king, and guard thine own religion. As in the midst of a sudden catastrophe arising from the flame of it, the enemy of cold a bird to deliver. I'm gonna read that again. 71. As in the midst of a sudden catastrophe arising from the flame of it, the enemy of cold a bird to deliver its body betakes itself to the enemy of fire. So do thou, when occasion calls, betake thyself to deliver thy mind to those who will destroy the enemies of thy home. The king himself, folding his hands, with a sudden longing come upon him, replied, Thou art obtaining thy desire without hindrance. When thou hast at last accomplished all that thou hast to do, thou shalt show hereafter thy favor towards me. Having given his firm promise to the monarch, he proceeded to the Vaishyamantara. Having given his firm promise to the monarch, he proceeded to the Vaishyamantara hermitage, and after watching him with astonishment, as he wandered on in his course, the king and his courtiers returned to the mountain. I'm gonna read 73 again. Final shloka. Having given his firm promise to the monarch, he proceeded to the Vaishyamantara hermitage, and after watching him with astonishment, as he wandered on in his course, the king and his courtiers returned to the mountain. Namaste. Okay, I'm done finally. It's actually a miracle that I finished it. Thank you. Have a good night. Shabbat right now. I should have done my Kabbalah ritual about an hour ago. So I'm at a really bad place spiritually. I have to do my Kabbalah when the sun goes down on Fridays, or else I begin dying. Thank you. Have a good night. Namaste. Na Shabbat Chakam. Na Shabbat Shalom.